What's going on, everybody? You all know the drill. Please let me know that you can hear me okay, and then eventually we'll do another sound check with the main microphone or the shotgun microphone in front of the table. But how do I sound right here? I think it feels like it's been a while since I've actually spoken in this microphone. All right, cool. Sounds like everything is good. All right, so as promised, we are here today to do some training. I'm gonna pretty much turn the floor over to Demetrius, and he's pretty much going to explain what we're gonna do. So Demetrius, want to come in front of the main camera here as I turn this off?
Switch the camera too. All right, hello everyone. All right, I'm starstruck. I'm nervous. Okay, stage fright. First of all, I want to thank everyone for tuning in. I'm moved and flattered that you guys would share your time with me, and I'm always excited to spend time with people that are passionate about pool like I am. So a little bit about me and a little bit about what I do. So I am a pool coach. It's strange that that's a thing, but anyway, I've been doing it full time for 4 years now, and I run 3-day boot camps that are usually either one-on-one or two-on-one. So sometimes I partner people up if they want to, for economic reasons. But one-on-one and two-on-one, I really like. It's an intensive one-on-one training for 3 days, and so Chris here has a hard job because he's doing short bursts of training with a wide variety of an audience that he does of all different skill levels, and it's a one-way transmission through video. So that's pretty amazing. He can be so effective. I'm on the opposite. I do like one-on-one on the table, side by side, because there's just certain things that you can't. They get lost in translation, and that when I'm working with somebody side by side is totally different. And I can cater to their level of knowledge, their level of skill, what they need to work on, and I'm very effective. So I like to do 3 days. I usually work with intermediate to advanced players, but if somebody's not sure if they're ready, reach out to me, because sometimes I can even help people remotely develop themselves into a player that's ready to take on a 3-day boot camp. Let's see, what should you know about that? You can go to my website, mnpoolbootcamp.com, which stands for Minnesota Pool Bootcamp. So mnpoolbootcamp.com. Email me at info@mnpoolbootcamp.com. And I also do some mental game training, which is really cool. You can see that on my website. We had some good conversation yesterday, probably worth a listen. But yeah. So what I want to do today then, to try to figure out how to reach out through YouTube and work with people one way that I don't know at different skill levels, is I'm going to try to take some of the things that I've seen with a lot of students that struggle with, some of the common struggling points, and then show some exercises and some work that that you can do to develop yourself in some areas that a lot of people could use some skills development at. At the same time, I'm also going to be working a little bit with Chris, because Chris is on Chris and I are both trying to get better. We're both players and we want to succeed. So we're also going to be doing some training geared towards things that I think he can work on and improve at to get to the next level, and things that by working on them, I hope to gain from that experience as well. So some of this is just going to be him and I sharing our training routines and doing some real work on the table. So some of the things we're going to cover are draw. I see a lot of pain with draw, and I have to talk about it. Then we're going to get into how to not have to use so much draw, and how to develop a game that involves angles and side spin to be able to move the cue ball around with more accuracy. We're going to go into safety play for 9-ball and possibly for 8-ball. And then we're going to get into some patterns where we're just going to look at some, and a really cool powerhouse drill I've got to work through with you. But then some patterns and just looking at different ways to run balls using those tools that we've built. So that's what's on the docket. Okay.
And then, of course, I guess after we cover everything and we fill up to it, maybe an exhibition match of some sort?
I'm always down. I'm not, this is my scared look. No, I'm just kidding.
All right, cool. Real quick, though, as you can tell, my studio microphones are a little bit different than the microphone that we had yesterday that was pinned to our shirts. So it's a little bit echoey, but just give me a quick sound check of how does everything sound out here, because when we are around this area here, we do have to talk a little bit louder so that way you can hear us, but it will sound a little echoey. I'm still in constant progress of work of trying to reduce this echo as much as I can. But just give us a quick sound check. Okay, and then everything looks good. So Demetrius, the floor is yours. What do you want me to do?
Okay, so we're going to start by talking about some draw stuff. And so this is something that has been really eye-opening, even for me recently. I've got a couple of cool things for people that are struggling with backspin. And, so what do we need to know? Backspin is about how low you're hitting on the cue ball, the speed you're shooting at, and then, and sometimes even I don't know if I should get into like the whole concept of planing where the cue ball is like skimming over the cloth and it's not sliding the whole way. It's about how much spin you lose on the way between the cue ball and the object ball. Backspin wears off, so you kind of have
the drag.
The drag of the cue ball, yeah, as it develops, it loses its spin. So in general, I boil it down to tip and timing. How low are you hitting, and how's your timing? How much cue action are you getting into the cue ball? The speed of the cue.
Real quick, because I know timing is a common phrase, but not everybody understands the term timing. So how would you define timing?
This is actually something that we almost impromptu were working on just before we turned on the camera, because there was a certain shot that we set up where I was able to get the cue ball. Like you were hitting them really hard with a lot of power and a lot of spin, and it was going a certain distance. And then I was able to get like the cue ball to go almost twice as far.
Yep.
And it was like, how is that happening? So let's talk about timing. This is something that even with people side by side with me, this is something that people struggle with. And so I really, I'm not sure how much will come through in the video.
Sure.
But it's important. And so if we're going to talk about draw, timing is a reasonable thing to talk about.
Okay. So
I break timing down. Here's my quick timing overview. I talk about 3 kinds of swings. There's the perfect swing, which I'll talk about. There's then the 2 mistakes with swings. One mistake is starting the cue too fast with too much muscle. So in other words, we come back and then we tense up and shove the cue. We shove the cue forward with a muscled shove. And that's what I call like a jam stroke. Just no good. The other type of stroke that's a problem with timing is a decelerating swing, where it starts calmly, picks up speed, and then it kind of peaks out here and lets off, and it doesn't really accelerate through the cue ball. And so if you see this one, here's kind of a let-off swing. Like I didn't really go through the cue ball. So that's like a decelerating swing. And when you hear commentary on Matchroom, you might hear Jeremy Jones say things like, oh, he didn't get through that one, or yeah, he kind of let off a little bit there. That's what he's talking about.
Yep.
So I demonstrate this in a kind of a cool way with the side of my cue, because it's all about how quickly we're accelerating our cue. So with a perfect swing.
Oh, yeah, I like this.
So I look at, like, if the side of my cue, if I move the cue ball with the side of my cue, how much force is there between my cue and the cue ball? And the answer is there doesn't need to be much force. I got 4 rail speed out of this, and I didn't ever have a lot of force between my cue and the cue ball. Oh, sorry. I mean, that just shows the power.
Right.
Now, here's what it looks like, and what happens is very little force the whole way, but notice that as I go through it, I'm giving it that last I'm going through the cue ball as I release. Without going through the cue ball as I release, this is like more like a decelerating or flat line kind of stroke where it just kind of like stagnates halfway through the swing. I keep adding to it. I quit adding to it halfway through the swing. It's like I didn't really keep going. And here's what an actual deceleration would look like. So it started smooth, but I didn't keep going through and give it that little send-off. And some analogies, I like to think about it like a kid on a swing set, where you push with a finger the whole way, and then you kind of give them a little send-off as you let go. Now, on the other end of things is the jam stroke, which kind of looks like that. One big burst of power that's really unpleasant. So, good timing. The cue starts slow and lazy. The cue starts lazy, and then it picks up speed and swings through the cue ball. But the speed that it picks up is never from muscle tightening and shoving. And another thought about it is, think about a baseball swing. If you wanted to hit a home run, if you tighten up all your muscles and shove the bat, it doesn't provide any power. You actually have to stay relaxed and let it swing and pick up speed through the ball. So it's very, 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 very hard to do. One of the hardest things in pool to do is let the cue do the work, because what's in the way is your brain. And this goes back to yesterday with talks about control. When you think to yourself, I want to hit this ball hard, your brain says, I am going to help And the way I'm going to help is by tensing up a bunch of muscles and shoving the cue stick forward. And all that does is it chokes the swing. And most people have no idea how little muscle you need in this game. Almost no muscle. How much muscle does it take to do a practice stroke? That's the same muscle it takes to do a break shot. It is. Any muscle you add kills the swing, and people don't realize that. So when I deal with people with draw shots, it's a great example of where they want to hit them hard to get the cue ball to come back, and then they just kill their swing and they can't get accuracy with the tip, with their aim, or with their swing control, their timing, their speed. So the way I was taught this, Chris, you can play with this. The whole idea of a good timing, and this was taught to me by Jerry Bryseth. So this is Jerry Bryseth's a great Hall of Fame coach. He taught me that when you do a swing, the first 2 inches is slow motion. So like if I'm shooting this cue ball, he actually had me bring my cue tip back behind this diamond, one-handed. And then from here to here, there's not a swing. What I'm doing is I'm breaking the inertia where my cue is not at a standstill. Then I can go ahead and accelerate all the way. Look at how far I went. So this looked a little weird. Try that again. The idea is, I know I'm an analogy guy. The idea is, it's similar to like if I live in Minnesota, and when we drive on ice, if we're at a stoplight, and our car stopped, and then the light turns green, we're on ice. If we hit the gas pedal, we're going to spin. We just don't go anywhere. So in Minnesota, when the light turns green, you don't hit the gas pedal. You just let your foot off the brake, and you let the car idle forward until your wheels turn around twice. And once you've got some friction and you broke that inertia and your tires are rotating, then you ease on the gas.
That makes sense. I like
this
that.
is the same way. What the whole goal of this is to break the inertia so that we don't come back and then lunge forward. Instead, we come back, break the inertia, and then let it go through. And that looks really cool. So when we do this, people's idea of slow is way too fast. They have really, it's so hard when I'm not one-on-one with people, because even when I'm side by side with them, they don't really understand what slow means. They don't understand how to do this, to come back and really just not be in a rush and feel that first 2 inches, savor that first 2 inches.
Okay.
I call it like setting the groove. If you're sawing a log, you put the saw on the log and you gently set a groove first, and then you pick up speed.
Okay.
And here's what that looks like in real time. It doesn't look weird. And if I do this, everyone's going to say, that's what I do. But look at the swing. It didn't look super weird. It looked natural. Like, oh yeah, that's how I shoot. But that's not how people shoot. People come back, and then they really launch the cue fast with muscle.
Sure.
And so what we're going to do, let's have you try that a little bit, Chris.
Okay.
Is this a good view to see on the camera? Can they see from if you're one? I think so.
I'll go on this end so they can see my arm.
So let's have you do the one-handed legs.
Okay.
What I'd like to see is come all the way back behind the diamond. And I'm not going to make you shoot this way, by the way. There's a few things I can say about options when it comes to the swing. But go ahead, all the way back behind the diamond. Set the groove. That's it. That's a good swing. It's back, crawl through. Back, crawl through. It's almost like there's two parts of the forward swing. Set the groove, then go. Yep. And you can even, that wasn't too fast, but you can even slow that first part down a little bit. Okay. While we're practicing, it's not a bad idea to really exaggerate that. Watch me hit one. Just real lazy, like it's almost, look at this too. Look at if I tip my cue over. Watch the speed at which my cue hits the ground. God, I love Eagles. You see how it like barely crept, and then it picked up speed, and then it hit hard? That is a good swing. It goes,
okay.
Yeah. So that first 2 inches, it's just barely even tipping. Yeah, so that right there is a good swing.
Okay.
Now, when we work on this, I first do a few roll shots because it's hard to get that timing down. So I'm going to try to lay the cue ball on the head rail here. Just a high ball. But mainly it's about the timing. Now, for me, I don't know if I got through that one.
It's all right. We do it live, folks. You're going to see mistakes. especially for me.
I didn't get to the end rail, but you get the idea.
Yep.
So back, legs lazy, and then accelerating, swinging through. Yep. I know it's weird.
It does feel weird.
Yeah. Just you're not in any hurry. Just take your time and savor that first 2 inches. So that wasn't a slow motion start, but it was a natural. If you did that in a game, I'd be totally fine with that. Mm-hmm. That is a fine swing. Now, see if what we can do is just play with it. Add. Just add a little slow, like, did you see that crawl before I swing?
Okay.
So I'll do it one more time. Maybe it wasn't obvious enough.
Your pause at the back was obvious.
See how that cue crept and then it swung?
Yep.
Just play with it. Now, I'm not saying you have to play like this, but for people that haven't worked on their swing, this is a good exercise, and then I'll tell you what the options are as far as gameplay swings go. Yeah. And I know that feels a little weird, so do a few of them. Do a few of them. It's almost like you got to set the groove. The goal is, all you got to do is like let the cue creep for 2 inches, on the right line. Yeah, that starts feeling good. Okay. It's this weird. It's this real back heavy, kind of like whoop, whoop. Yeah, and you don't really have to muscle it to change speed.
Well, I'm gonna exaggerate what I'm about to do here.
Yeah.
This is almost what it feels like I want to do, and this is a complete exaggeration.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's actually not far off, because what happens is if you set that groove for the first 2 inches, you can go ahead and swing, and of course you don't have to muscle and shove or anything, but it's amazing how accurate you can be. Well,
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, that's just real smooth. So now we're going to hit a few stop shots, and I'll set up a few for you. And again, first 2 inches is going to be a little. Yeah, it's real crisp, real smooth and accurate and crisp. And that wasn't super exaggerated, but in a game that would be fine. Go ahead and do one where you exaggerate it just a little bit more than that.
Okay.
Just a little more. Just take your time. Like, there's no hurry to get your cue up to speed. Let it just kind of creep for a good second, and then just kind of let it go. Watch me hit one. People's perception of time really changes during a swing, of course, because it's so weird. It's just kind of like there's no real hurry if you can just kind of, and that's a little exaggerated, but I just want people to see it. Oops. Yeah, it's not really starting slow, and I understand. I'm not, and again, I'll give you options about you don't have to play what I'm doing, what I'm saying, but for now, I want you to just try it. Back, crawl for 2 inches, back, set the groove. There you go. There you go. Yeah. Back, crawl, yeah. And you don't, yep, that's it. And you don't even have to like force it forward to accelerate. You just let it. You let it start and then let it swing. Yeah, and that's real smooth. That's real smooth.
Okay.
Now, in a game, that's actually as fast as you want to swing. What happens is when we practice it with that exaggerated start, then when we get into when we're trying to stop the ball, all of a sudden everything speeds up by about 10 times. Like when you go back and watch the video, you'll see that was like not nearly as slow as when you were shooting off the rail.
Okay.
But in a game, what you just did would be perfect. You just don't want to go any faster.
Okay.
So everything speeds up under pressure. When you get nervous and you're playing tight and I'm telling you. And then the other thing is when we start trying to draw the ball or hook draw the ball or break the balls or anything where our brain starts thinking we need to hit hard, it just sabotages our stroke. So this is, that slow start is actually like a checkpoint that players build into their game to prevent themselves from rushing their swing. It's like a seat belt, or it's some kind of safety mechanism to make sure that when they're tight and nervous and they want to hit something hard, it forces them to accelerate with the right timing. So players that use this type of timing, Shane Van Boning uses this type of timing. People used to think he had a hitch in his stroke. They thought that that was like a stroking flaw, but actually that was built into his stroke to make sure he didn't jam the cue. So his stroke kind of looked like this. Here's the old Shane stroke, Chris. He'd come back. It was almost like, it was not quite that hitchy, but it was really kind of hitchy.
Mm-hmm.
Back, hitch, go. So he would kind of do that to kind of like make sure he didn't jam the swing.
I just want to let you know there's somebody by the name of AJ Smith.
Yeah.
He says you taught him that 2-inch start to his swing about a year ago, and he says he's finally starting to get the hang of it 10 months later.
It's not easy. I'm telling you guys, everybody wants to swing, everybody wants to hit the balls hard. I don't care. You know what? Everybody's going to play this game the way they want to play it and get the results they're going to get. And I can't emotionally attach myself to everybody else. So if people want to squeeze the cue and shove the cue forward and play that level of pool, I just have to take a deep breath and be happy that that's my competition. But for the people that are like, no, I really want to play a high quality game of pool. Yes, AJ, I'm glad that you're stuck with it. Once you get it, it'll click and you'll be like, oh my God, everybody's hitting the balls way too hard with way too much muscle. Yep. So Shane uses that slow start. Most of the Chinese and Taiwanese players use that slow start. Most of the European players use that slow start. And we could go to YouTube and I could pull up clips of Chris Melling, and I could pull up clips of all the Euro players, all the Chinese players, and we could go. Here's what you can do: is you go frame by frame during their final swing, and you'll see it's like there's a Chris Melling draw shot where he hits this monster draw shot, and it's 17 frames from when he starts moving the cue to when he hits the cue ball. 17 frames, and the first 12 frames are like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. And it's like this really, you see the cue creep and then just go through. It's so cool. So anyway, I've watched, and even like I was just watching the World Championships where Shane won, and I watched his last 2 shots. I watched his cut shot he had to make in the corner to get on his last 3 balls, and then I watched his shot on the 8 ball. Just to see how he's swinging today in 2023. And sure enough, like the first 3 or 4 frames are really slow, and then his cue picks up speed to the ball. Okay. So you might not see it when you watch in real time, and you might look at it and say, oh, that's how I play. But it's not. It's really, really built into their game. Now, that's option 1, is the slow start. Option 2 is the natural swing. This is one where it doesn't have an exaggerated slow start, but it's just more back and forth with like a normal swing. Where in frame by frame, instead of 17 frames with a slow, exaggerated 12 frame slow-mo, it's more like 7 frames where it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And it looks real natural. And you know who does that? It's all the Filipinos. So Julio, James Aranis, Carlo Biado, all those guys. They all use a real natural swing, and they don't have that slow motion 2 inches in there. But guess what? It's always relaxed and always natural. So my whole thing is I want it relaxed and natural with no muscle, and with a real easy start and a back heavy hit. And I would say most players, I would guess 90% of pool players, use a slow motion start to ensure that they hit it off on the right foot. And the remainder, the Filipinos, and just a few exceptions outside of the Philippines, use a real relaxed, natural swing. Either one's okay. I use the slow motion start, and it's almost like, I'll put it this way, it's almost like if you jump out of a plane, if you want to have just one parachute, that's fine, but you better make sure that parachute works. The slow start is like that extra parachute that really makes sure you're protected from the jam stroke. So that's what I like, that's what most players do. But if you want to use a relaxed Filipino natural swing, you can do that too. Just make sure you don't jam the cue. So that's kind of like if I had to do like a one-way broadcast on timing.
Sure.
That's timing, and that's how to develop it is 2 inches slow and then let the cue
I
swing.
loved all the analogies, especially the dropping the cue, and I think that one at least hit home for me. Okay, so what's the
So with draw shots,
what's the draw shot drill?
So let's get the draw shot. So with that, there's a couple things that are kind of cool. So here's one. This one takes 2 people generally. For people that, so it's about tip and timing. And the first thing is a lot of people aren't cueing low enough on the cue ball. And, or I should say they're not hitting low enough on the cue ball. So let's say our problem is not hitting low enough on the cue ball. Either we're not aiming low enough on the cue ball, but what I've seen people that try to aim low, and then as they shoot, they lift their tip up, and they don't hit where they're actually aiming on the cue ball.
Right.
And so there's a lot of reasons why that might be the case. We talked about it yesterday with a viewer where he might have been trying to add power. When you try to add power, you try to like muscle, and then as you drop your arm, your tip lifts up. So that could be. It could be that you're aiming low, but then you're scared of hitting there, so you shy away from it a little bit. Or it could just be that your tip accuracy is not very developed. And so when your tip accuracy is not very developed, you can't aim as low towards the miscue limit as people that have real good accuracy, because you'll just miscue too often. So your idea of what low is might just be a little too high. So I've worked with some people that have like blocks, I've actually worked with, out of hundreds of students I've had, a couple of them have like real fears and mental blocks about drawing the ball, where it's like they tighten up and they just like something in their brain, they don't believe they're capable of drawing the ball. So I'll show you what I did for that.
Okay, cool.
Come on over, Chris. And you're gonna put the cue ball here on the second diamond. You're gonna put the object ball there. And first, I just want you to shoot a nice, crisp, calm stop shot. Like a nice 1-2.5 rail speed, maybe 2.5, maybe even it gets to the third rail. Nothing hard, but not soft. Just a nice, medium, confident, crisp stop. You can go a little bit more crisp than that. So go ahead and lift the tip up and use a little bit more swing than that.
Okay.
Maybe get it to the third rail. That's good. I like that speed. Okay, so now. This was such a cool, I'm so proud of this. So here's how this works. I lay my cue stick across the second diamond line. And what's your diameter? Is it a 12.9 or 12.4?
Mine's a 12.5.
12.5. Just inside this joint, so here's my cue stick, just a couple inches to the left of that joint. Go ahead, shoot the same speed underneath that cue. You want your top of your tip should be kind of grazing the bottom of my cue, and then just shoot the same speed.
This is awkward.
Okay, so it came back. That's why we need 2 people, so I can lift the drawbridge here.
Right.
So it came back. It might have been that you were pressing a little bit against the top of my cue. Now try to shoot it again without hitting my cue.
Okay.
I can either move it to the left, or I can make the rule be try not to hit my cue. Okay.
I think I'm still touching your cue though.
But look at that result. I mean,
right.
So here's what I found. I've tried explaining to people that they're not actually hitting the cue ball, where they get their tip really low, and then when they shoot, they shy away from it, or their arm drops, or they're just too skittish to hit it there, or they tighten up and their tip accuracy is not that good. This is something that I've worked with even the most draw-phobic people, where once I put that cue there, and they have to start really being accurate, and like they're no longer trying to draw the ball, they're no longer trying to make anything, they're just like, let me just hit this ball without miscuing. And if you can start hitting that ball, and even if you have to look at the cue ball when you're shooting, do what you have to do, but get your tip accuracy so that you can cue under this cue part, and then just use the same swing that'll drive the ball 2.5 rails. And that ball will come back. And for me, I've worked with enough people to where I've tried 100 different ways to get them to hit the cue ball where I wanted to hit the cue ball, and this was like, and so I almost wanted to like build a device and patent it, but I'm like, this is pretty easy. So I'll just tell people this is it's kind of a cheat code. What do you think? What are the comments saying about that? What we got? Any questions?
Let's see here. Don't really see any questions, but I do see that people are understanding what you're laying down.
Good.
Any more on the on drawing?
Oh yeah. That was just our warm up.
Okay.
So now, here's what's funny too, is like, look at this, on your table, this ball really reverses, meaning if I shoot the 6 ball straight and banks to here, it works its way back up and ends up almost hitting this cue ball. Watch this. It's pretty funny. Well, that one didn't reverse as much. Maybe I hit my other one bad. Okay, anyway. So here's what I want to do now. People are hitting their draw shots too hard. And the reason why is I love Neil Span, guys. Like, he's one of my favorite players and coaches. But him and Tyler Steyer and everybody, Johan was the Mosconi Cup captain for Europe and then for the USA. And he had everybody doing this Mighty X drill. And everybody I talked to that wants to get good at pool, they're all trying to do these power draws where they're shooting the ball and trying to draw back to here and pocket the cue ball. The only problem with that drill is that when people are trying to do that, their thought process is, I want my ball to draw as far as possible, therefore I need to hit as hard as possible. And that thought process doesn't work, because when they think I need to hit as hard as possible, then they tighten up all their muscles, shove their cue, which means their cue efficiency, their timing is poor. They don't get all their cue power into the cue. They're using twice the muscle I am and getting half the hit. It's not going to work. The other thing is when they tighten up their cue, their arm, then their tip accuracy gets terrible. And they don't hit with their cueing. And the worse their tip accuracy, the closer to center they have to go, because they can't really aim low if their cue is all over the place. So without good tip and timing, the shot doesn't work. And when they're trying to draw as far as possible and hit it as hard as possible, that's just not the right thought process. It's not a professional thought process. So I'm going to show you, and the reason why you can get away with it, once in every 20 shots, you'll hit it perfect and the ball will come backwards. But when you pocket the object ball, regardless of the speed you use, it'll fall in the pocket. And so it disguises how hard you're hitting it. So what I like to do, and I think everyone will gain something from this, everybody that goes through this, I put a ball in the spot, put the cue ball here, same distance away as the Mighty X is going to be. And what we're going to do is we're going to start by shooting stop shots. And the speed I want to use, Chris, is I want this ball to hit 1, 2, 3 rails and end up somewhere, anywhere from the kitchen line all the way to the 4th rail is fine. But just nice, crisp, maybe 3.5 rail speed, roughly.
For the stop shot.
Yeah.
Okay.
It can even get to the 4th rail. I'm okay with that. You guys can watch my timing, too. 3.5. Okay. That's all the speed we need. Now, Chris's rails aren't quite as springy, so on a lot of tables, go ahead and play to the 4th rail. That's 4th rail's fine, but you don't want it ramming off the 4th rail. Go ahead, Chris.
Okay.
Yeah, perfect. Now, I know what some of you guys are thinking. So this is an 8-foot table, and the cloth is not particularly worn. It's not brand new, but it's not really worn. And I know what you're thinking is, well, on a 9-foot table with worn cloth, listen, I have a 9-foot table with worn cloth. And I'm telling you, and my rails are springy, 4 rail speed. Don't let it hit. You could play the rule where you don't even let it hit the 4th rail. In other words, when we're shooting our draw shots, instead of trying to hit them as hard as we can, we're going to be above that. We're going to do the opposite. We're going to have a speed limit, which we can't go over a certain speed. So Chris, I want you to hit 2 or 3 more of these. And as you hit these, I want you to just be aware of how relaxed you are, how relaxed your swing is, how relaxed your hand is, how relaxed your body is. There's no muscle tension in your left arm. There's no muscle tension in your cue. It's just a nice, relaxed, accurate, slow swing through the cue ball. Just groove on it. Now that one didn't get through it quite as much. that little last few inches of follow through. So go ahead, you can hit it, but you just, don't muscle it, don't tighten it, but go ahead and swing at it. I just want you to get real comfortable generating a crisp, snappy hit with real relaxed. Stay down, no movement. Yeah, he stayed down real nice on that one, everyone. One more. This is really key. Because what happens is when people go to draw their ball, they start tensing and shoving and jumping up. And so what we're going to do is we're really just anchoring. Get the sixth ball back to the middle of the third, after the third rail. Let's crack this one. I want you to be able to generate plenty of power without any muscle. Like that. Okay, so was that pretty relaxed?
I can see that I've got some side spin on my cue ball, so my tip accuracy is not where it needs to be.
I'm not such a perfectionist. At this speed, we're going to be a little bit imperfect. So now, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm going to do one or two of those first.
Nice.
You saw that one really reversed.
Yes.
It's just funny how this table is really grabby. All right. So that's a nice, confident 3.5 rail speed. And now, guys, when I do my draw shots, I focus on the same swing and the same speed. In other words, instead of trying to hit as low as I can and draw back as far as I can, what I do is I just get my aim and tip right. And then I just try to use the same relaxed swing, and instead of hitting as hard as I can, I'm just playing that 3.5 rails. And you can see the same speed, and I was able to draw to the end rail out of the kitchen. And that might have been not the best shot ever. It's just where it goes. So if you can stay calm, stay relaxed, and instead of hitting as hard as you can, we're going to shine a spotlight on how much speed you're really using. Whoa! And don't be afraid to miscue. Don't be afraid to miscue. Everybody miscues, guys. My definition of courage, does anyone in the chat know my definition of courage? Miscuing off the table twice in a row. Usually when somebody miscues off the table once, they go back to center ball.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not afraid to go off the table. All right. A little low, boys and girls. Interesting. All right, now I got to do a couple. I won the Purple Heart for miscuing twice in a row. All right. All right, let's hit a couple good draws then.
There we go.
One, I'll do one more. Very similar result, just to the middle, outside the kitchen, middle of the table, one rail outside the kitchen. And I think you'll find, so a couple ideas, again, I'm kind of repeating myself. It changes your mindset from I'm going to hit as hard as I can. Whoa. Go ahead, Chris. Having a tough day at the office, but it changes your mindset from as hard as I can to the same 3.5 rail speed. We'll take turns. I'll get this sorted out. We'll do a little draw practice here. And make sure nobody's standing behind the table where you're shooting at.
All right, so now I'm trying to draw the ball.
Yeah, and really what you're trying to do is just lower your tip and deliver the same swing. Focus on the 6-ball distance, not the cue ball distance.
Okay.
Let the cue ball just do what it do.
All right. 3.5 rails and 6. Draw the cue ball.
Okay, go ahead and do another stop shot. We should really, you know what? I should do this too. Let's alternate between the stops and the draws. Because what we're trying to do is just hit everything the same.
Okay.
So let's go to a stop, and then we'll go to a draw. Then we'll go to a stop, then I'll go to a draw. And the goal is to just feel like every shot's the exact same. That's fine. That would have been 3.5 rails and just needed more angle. Give yourself a little more angle. This thing is kind of reversey. All right, same swing, a little lower. Yep. So now let's look at this. This one now, it got past the third and a half rail. That's fine. Go back to a stop shot. I don't want you to start hitting harder, so let's go back to a stop shot. See if we're hitting the stop shot at the same speed. That was a fine speed to use. I have no problem with that speed. Let's just be consistent with the swing. So this one went 3 1/4. So if that's how you're going to hit it, then that's how I want you to hit your draws too. Okay. So go ahead and hit one more stop shot. See if you can get back to the middle. Let's get that speed to where it goes crisp 1, 2, 3 to the middle. I want to anchor the same swing. Beautiful. That's the swing right there. Perfect. So I want you to see it. That was so good. So now use the same swing and just lower your tip. Don't hit it any harder. Don't hit it any softer. Just the same crisp 3.5 rails. The beautiful part is you don't even have to try to do anything with the cue ball. Just get your aim and tip and then really focus on that 3.5 rails with the 6 ball. Okay. Now, pretty good. So what this tells me is you go a little lower because you can just go a little lower than that, which is okay. Not much. Not as low as I was going. I was a little on the other side. Now, that's perfect, right? Isn't that cool?
A little over, but yeah.
I mean, pretty good. Do it again. You can do that again.
I think I personally would want to emphasize how when you do it, your cue ball kind of whips, and mine it pulls back, but we don't have. It doesn't. I'm not producing the same whipping action that your cue ball is getting.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I'd take what you just did all day.
Oh, there we go. I got it to whip.
Well, but the 6 ball is starting to creep a little far.
Yeah.
You're starting to hit it hard. Now anybody else would look at that and be like, oh, that's a great draw shot. It was a great draw shot. But you see how you just think you need to do extra. So go back to a few stop shots.
Okay.
Because it's not enough to just make the ball do what you want it to do once. We're trying to build techniques that we can rely on so that we can, One more, just a little bit more than that. I want it crisp, not hard. Crisp, not hard. Pretty nice. That was perfect. Anybody watching, that wasn't hard, but it was crisp. All right, now lower your tip a little bit, get accurate, and then just drive it the same. Calm, relaxed, crisp. Calm, relaxed, crisp. Never hard, just calm, relaxed, and crisp. Yeah, and right there, like this is pretty dreamy. Let me hit a couple more. I want to shake off those miscues. Yeah, so this is a good, really good draw exercise. And part of this is teaching, but part of it is just Chris and I are doing some training, so you guys get to train with us if you want. I'm going to hit a couple stop shots to groove that part. I need to drop back. 3.5 rails, pretty good speed. Oh no, my accuracy. Okay, one more step. No impatience. I can't be impatient to hurry up and get the results. 3.5 rails.
Okay.
Now I'm going to go back, see if I can creep my tip down just a little bit. A little cut to it. Okay. 3.5 rail speed. I didn't feel real confident after this doing it a few times a bit. But so usually that means you're doing something extra, like lifting your legs or jumping up out of your shot. So probably doing too much.
Just add chicken. There we go.
A couple more to work that off. So I found, guys, that when I'm miscuing, it's usually because what's happening is I'm trying to hit it with a little bit more, and if I lift up my body, look at what happens to my tip.
Yep.
So it's the opposite of a shoulder drop. So for me, even if I try, and I've been doing pretty well with my draw shots, but here, everything goes wrong sometimes. If you try to do too much, if you try to help the cue get moving, these things kind of happen where you start doing stuff like that.
Here's a question for you before
let me hit one more.
Okay.
So I really gotta hit it where I stay down a little bit, so I don't move my body. I only move my arm. And if I can keep down like that, then I don't lift up, and then good things happen. Okay, question.
Yeah, the question comes from Sensei Nate Plays Pool. This is Nate Tam. It says, won't the object ball always travel a shorter distance if the exact same stroke while drawing, since some of the energy is split to impart spin on the cue ball?
Yeah. So when I'm at home, what I found is that when I shoot firm, I can get 1, 2, 3, 4.5 rails because my rails are a little livelier. So I get to where I'm hitting 4.5 rail speed stop shots, and then when I use the same swing with a draw shot, it tends to just bump the 4th rail, so it's like a little bit shy. So Nate's saying that some of your cue ball speed, some of your cue speed goes to the cue ball, and the cue ball loses a little speed as it's dragging across the table. That's true, but here's the main point is still the main point. So there's a fair enough disclosure. If your object ball is here's what we could say though. That means that if anything, when you're hitting your draw shots, the object ball should come short of where it went on the stop shots, not far. So when Chris, if you're hitting your draw shots, if the ball comes 3.25 rails instead of 3.5, well then that's fine.
Right.
But there's no reason it should go 3.75 or 4. So Nate's right. It'll actually be your draw shots, the object ball will move slightly less, which just means that when you look at your stop shot speed, wherever your object ball goes on your crisp stop shots, that's your speed limit. You can't hit your draw shots and have the object ball go any further than that.
Right. Okay. Makes sense.
Good. I hit a couple more of these. Once you get relaxed, they're kind of fun.
And do y'all notice that whip that his cue ball does? That always fascinates me when I see that. The cue ball just hesitates, peels out in place, and then finally takes off.
So I was lifting my body up, and you're right, Chris, it's pretty cool. I was lifting my body up those times I missed you. I know that's what happened because I've done this before.
Right.
It's not my first time going off the table. If you go to my home table, I got burn marks everywhere. And I've learned this through what doesn't work, okay? Because nobody ever told me to do this. This is what worked for me, and I wanted to share it with you.
Right.
And so just know that if you're miscuing, is you're probably lifting your legs and tipping your body forward because you're trying to add power, like some kind of break shot or something.
So what about...
Okay, so now... Go ahead.
Well, I was going to ask, because we've been doing this, so
now
what about Mighty X?
So now, when we shoot this Mighty X, now is the time where we get to do our shot making drill. But now, we're trying to draw it back in the corner or whatever. But now, instead of trying to hit it as hard as we can and hope the thing comes back, we're just going to remember, we're going to shoot it like a crisp stop shot, no harder, 3.5 rail speed. And we're going to stay down. Now my accuracy, I've been struggling with my accuracy on these. That little dot, yeah. I'll hit a couple more, you hit a few of these. Cutting them a little bit, but hey, this is cool, guys. This is the real world. I'm not like some YouTube influencer that takes 1,000 takes to make a perfect shot so I can get my 100,000 subscribers. All right, I'm all over in terms of pocketing, but go ahead. But notice the speed I'm using, right? I'm not crushing these. And I know, guys, 9-foot tables with slower cloth. I hear you. I hear you clucking out there. Trust me, come to my place. We can do it.
Yeah. Same thing for me.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to hit these accurately. Sometimes you get dialed in and you just start sucking straight back, and you're like, oh, just do that. But then it comes and goes. All right, I'm going to go to the chat while you're hitting some. Okay.
Almost.
Not bad, not bad. It's getting a little punchy.
Okay.
Yeah. Those were a little bit more force and not quite enough, tip and timing. That's okay. A little bit easier than that. Crisp, not hard. Crisp, not hard. Smooth and crisp. Smooth and crisp. That crisp. That was really nice. Yep.
Just gotta get accurate to hit.
Yeah, Steve Hall says this is why perfect to demonstrate why draw is so hard to control. That's right. Steve, thank you for saying that. I show this only because I see how many people struggle with draw and timing. And so for all the people, I swear every student I work with is like, yeah, I do my Mighty X. I just work on the Mighty X. I'm really working on my draw. And I was like, okay, well, if we're going to do it, let's at least talk about how to do it correctly. And so, the Tyler Steyer draw shot challenge. Is that the one where the ball's one ball off the second diamond and you get a draw to the end rail behind that, inside the first
If
diamond?
I remember correctly, it's a ball here.
Yep.
2 balls here.
Yeah.
And you're drawing to get position over here for the object ball here.
Yeah. But that was the one I was just talking about on this table.
Yeah.
I set that up before we went live. I was showing Nate, sorry, not Nate, that's you. I was showing Chris some of the different Johan challenge shots. He also has one where you're shooting the spot shot from the kitchen and you got to draw it cross side or whatever. Yeah. There's a bicycle draw shot that I really like. But anyway, there's a million things we could work on. The point is, I like Steve's point, which is why are we using draws to play pool? So Steve, you're absolutely right. When you play pool, you shouldn't really draw your ball. But for people that are insistent that they want to practice this, practice your bank shots with your 3 rail speed first, and then go to your draws. Now that's starting to get to be good timing. Good timing, good tip. I think I kind of tilted and I told a student of mine like a couple months ago, I said, if I had the choice and I could wave a wand and either give people the ability to power draw 1.5 table lengths from distance or to roll balls in softly. I'm like, I would rather have them be able to roll balls in softly. That would do way more for their game. And people really... Yeah. Look at that. All right. Good job, man. Good job.
Thank you.
Okay, any questions? Or I just wanted to kind of talk about like practicing where you have a speed limit on your draw shot, so you're forced to use tip and timing.
Okay, so does anybody have any questions on that segment there?
Here's the other one, Nate. I'll show you the one we were horsing around with this. Now I'll probably struggle, but hey, that's can't be afraid to dog it on live camera. The bicycle draw, where you go 3 rails to the middle of the table.
If he hits this, watch. This is amazing.
Oh, I drew in the corner. Yeah. Oh. Guess what just happened, guys? We got a little surprise guest for the stream. I'd like to present Monster. It's not my sponsor. They only sponsor active like BMX and downhill skiing and stuff. They won't sponsor a middle-aged pool player. But if they did, guys, this would be my sponsor, and I would make a pool cue with the little points of the monster would be the points of the cue. Huh? Okay. Trust me, guys. We're getting there today. Awesome. Okay, now the shot will go.
Whoops.
1. Now, did my cue start slow? I'm guessing not. I'm guessing I lunged at that ball, huh? It's okay. A couple more swings and we're going to move on to something serious. Now, that time I started slow.
There's the action on the cue ball I'm talking about.
I got to hit a little bit better. One more. It's tough when you flip on a camera and you start trying to do stuff live and there's people watching. You know, it's always hard, man. Yeah, not good. That's okay. All right, moving on to something that matters.
Well, just a second, because I'd like to try, because I want them to see the difference between like your stroke and my stroke. Because I cannot get that type of action.
One diamond out.
One diamond. I can get a little bit of that action, but I can't. As of right now, I'm not able to get the same action he gets.
We're trying to get to the middle of the table off the third rail. That's kind of, we've just been horsing around, guys. Well, starting to get there, Chris.
And that's about the extent. If I try to add more power, I'm going to get less and less accurate.
And this is where I was talking to Chris about timing. I was saying that if I make a point of starting my, I pictured like I'm shooting it soft.
Too far up?
Sorry.
I thought it was one diamond above the side pocket.
No, this is. Oh yeah. You're right. I'm trying to make it tougher. I'm trying to look good on camera. I gotta make a favor of myself a little bit here. And I set it up a little thick. Let me try again. But no, you're hitting it good. It's just there's a certain timing, guys, where it's like this rippy cueing action. Where I always think of like how the Filipinos shoot, and in my mind, I have to try to make it soft first. And I like the first 2 inches of my stroke is like I'm just trying to make it soft, and then I let my swing go.
There it is.
Still spinning off that third rail.
Look at that. Golly.
Anyway, so, okay. Are we done with draw? Any other questions about tip, timing, draw? You good?
Let's see here. I do like this comment though from Vinay. Or Vinay, if Monster does sponsor Demetrius, he's going to have to change his advice to crush every shot as hard as possible.
Hey man, I'll do what it takes. I'll tell you what, man. If they pay me enough, I'll tell you I'll just shoot bunny bridges one hand or something. I don't care. I just want the money.
So I know this is always a good question when it comes to. I don't know whether if I want to say hit a shot with power or hit a shot with good timing, but. Closed bridge or as compared to open for maximum timing, maximum power?
It shouldn't matter. Yeah, it shouldn't matter. I mean,
Okay.
you look at Jason Shaw use open bridge, and nobody in the world hits the balls as powerfully as he does, and it doesn't bother him. So I don't think that matters. I think that old school players used to think that with power and draw and spin, you really need a closed bridge, but I think that's been busted by the European monsters that come out of there. And
I would even say that the snooker players do the same thing on their 6x12.
that's right.
This is a question with some clarification to go with. This is from Loping CSS. He says he has seen some advice to snap the wrist on draw. What are your thoughts on that?
So, no, so again, it depends on kind of what we mean. If we mean that we're trying to add some type of muscled extra that you're trying to put into it, I don't really think so. But I think the wrist should be loose to where if you swing your cue, it should kind of naturally whip. So like, I think that I talk about tip and timing, and sometimes I say cracking the whip. And the reason I like that is there's a cool trivia question, like what's the first invention that broke the sound barrier? And it's actually the bullwhip. Everyone's thinking rocket and gun, but the bullwhip cracks the sound barrier. But how does the tip of the whip gets moving faster than the speed of sound? That's why you get that big crack. But really, all you're doing is sending this ripple of energy down the whip. And as the whip thins out and the energy gets spread among less and less mass, it picks up speed and breaks the sound barrier. You're not trying to like push the whip or add muscle to the whip. None of that really works. So like if you were to say something like, if the question was, when you try to crack a whip, do you need to make sure that the end of the whip flicks? It's like, well, yeah, it will flick, but you're not really making it flip. Like you're letting it. So the same thing with the wrist. I think about that like the tip of the whip. It's like you're swinging your arm, and that's like the tip of the whip. And so really it will crack, but you're not muscling it or adding to it or tightening up and shoving it. It's just doing what it does.
Okay. And then we have another one here. This is from Ron Johnson. He says he wants to discuss the bridge length with relation to power draw. Does it make a difference one way or the other?
Yeah, it does. So
there it is again. Whip, whip, and whip.
okay, so here's the thing with length, and this is a great question, especially as it relates to speed control. There's a number of things I've heard people talk about with speed control that are close to right, but misunderstood. So one thing is, you'll hear people talk about how, when they're watching, you'll hear commentary, they'll say, this person, he wants to hit this with a little authority to lend confidence to the shot. He wants to hit this shot with a little pace to lend confidence to the shot. Like if you're shooting this 9-ball in on the hill, like he's not just going to roll this in, like he's going to snap it in because you get a confident strike. And then sometimes I've heard people say that the pros like to hit everything. I've heard it said that the pros like to hit every shot with the same speed. Like there's a certain speed they like to use, and they hit all their shots with the same speed. And neither one of those sayings is really right. And I was always wondering why people said that stuff. And then I realized they're just using the wrong word. It's not speed, it's acceleration. So it's not speed that lends confidence to a shot. It's that nice acceleration through the cue ball. So what feels bad is when you like let off the shot. So really, you don't have to hit the shot hard. If I wanted to hit it soft and confidently, I can shorten my swing length. I can still use that same accelerating, powerful through I like, but I won't overhit the shot because I've shortened my runway. On the other hand, when we're trying to shoot 4-rail stop shots, if you look at my swing length on these, I don't want to have to accelerate faster. So what I do is I use a real long swing. And then I can use the same acceleration, but it just has more time to pick up more speed. And so we're using length and timing instead of power. Again, I think AJ Smith complimented me on my analogies, so thanks for putting up with my analogies. I think about this as when you are getting on a freeway. Do you like getting on a freeway where you have like a right-hand turn onto a state highway where everyone's going 65 miles an hour and you gotta like turn in on from a red light and get up to speed in like 3 seconds? Or do you like it when you have that quarter-mile entrance ramp with a slight downhill? You don't need to power your gas pedal to get up to 65 miles an hour if you have a quarter-mile entrance ramp. But if you've got that right-hand turn, you're going to have to floor it. It's not going to be fun. So this is the same with trying to get your cue up to speed. If you want to get your cue up to 65 miles an hour, give yourself a quarter mile. On the other hand, equally important, great question. And honestly, for me, this is almost more important. It's when you want to soft roll a ball. What most people, and I'm telling you, this is really important, guys. Wow. My last two students that came and did 3 days with me, there's certain, they can't hit the ball soft with control and accuracy. They just can't, they can't do it. And they can't control their swing. They're over hitting balls. And this is not just my last two students. This is like I said, man, this is an everybody thing. So if somebody's trying to slow roll this 12 ball in, people really have a hard time because what they do is, they use the same swing length, and then if they want to hit slow, they try to like let off it. See how I like really backed off that swing? So they're using this huge swing that decelerates through the cue ball, and then they're never going to be accurate because it's like you're trying to decelerate down to speed. You're going to use 5 times, or you're using like 10 times the swing you need, and then try to hit the brakes through the shot and hope that it works out right. So what players do on this type of shot. And you can watch, don't take my word for it, look up Shane, look up some of these players shooting safeties and you know how they do it. What you do is you shorten your swing. Now you don't have to shorten your bridge, you just shorten your swing. And when I tell people to do this, Chris, here's what happens. They don't do it. They always come all the way back.
Yeah.
So I'm telling you guys, not all the way back, not halfway back, shorten it to the point that you can't overhit it. I used like an inch there. It didn't even look like that slow start, and it almost starts looking like a poke because there's just so little runway. And so when you want to see a soft touch, pretty good. Yeah. You shorten it up. So here's a couple things I like to do. Here's my tips on this. I wish I had everyone here with me and I could spend time practicing this side by side until they got the feel of it. I feel like saying this in 30 seconds or a minute, it's like, no, it just deserves an hour of one-on-one training side by side, is what it deserves, at least. But I'm doing the best I can. So here it is. This is one of the weirdest things about timing and power. Is that there's 2 mistakes that are at the opposite end of the speed spectrum that are fixed the same way. So the mistake with power is thinking we're afraid of not hitting it hard enough and not getting enough draw, not getting enough distance, not getting enough power. So it's a fear of under hitting the shot. So when we're on the extreme heavy end of the speed spectrum, we're afraid of not hitting hard enough. And the mistake is tensing up a bunch of muscles and lunging at the ball. On the other end of the speed spectrum is the softest touch shot. And there, our fear is overhitting the shot. We're afraid of going too far. And when we're afraid of going too far, the tendency is to let off the cue because we're afraid of overhitting.
Sure.
So, most power, fear of underhitting, tendency is to jam. Soft end of the spectrum, really, really soft, fear of overhitting, tendency is to decelerate. Totally opposite speeds, totally opposite problems. And they're fixed the same way. The key to shooting firm shots is not trying to hit them hard. And so it's to hit here's the answer, is to hit every shot. Picture every shot softer than it should be. Every shot. So for example, here's a shot. If I wanted to jam this 12 ball in and come cross table for the 10 from a flat angle, like this. if I tell myself I need to hit this hard, then what happens is all my muscles tighten up and I get down and I shove my cue. And the other thing that happens is my brain does two things. One is it tightens up all my muscles. And two, it pictures that ball rattling. Because every time I tell myself to shoot something hard, I rattle the ball. So my brain goes back into my memory and says, oh, is this what you want? And it pictures the ball hitting. So what I do as a hack, and I'll tell you where I learned this. I watched Jason Shaw hit this shot on me at Turning Stone one year, and he hit it so well. I practiced it for a month. And this is what I learned after a month of practice. For me, every time I told myself I had to hit the ball hard, I tightened up and rattled the ball. So here's how I solved it, is I started picturing shooting the shot the way I wanted to, which is like this. This is the way I'd like to shoot the shot. That's the speed I'd like to use. So guess what? That's the speed I pictured the shot at. Because when I pictured the shot at that speed, my muscles stayed relaxed. And when I picture the shot at that speed, I can picture the ball going in. So I picture the shot at that speed. I start my swing like I'm going to shoot it at that speed. And then I just use a longer swing. Now, did you guys see that slow start with that long follow through? So all I do is I picture it the way I want to make it, and then I give myself more length and keep going, and I trust that that extra length will add the speed I need. We'll do that one more time. So I picture it medium. I picture it relaxed. And I even make it relaxed. And then I just keep going. Maybe I was a little flat or hit a little full. But by timing. So that's how I solve my power shots, is I picture them softer than they should be, where I like it. And then I just let my swing go. On the other end of the spectrum, the softest possible shots. Here's how I picture these to prevent from decelerating, is I actually picture these shots too soft, like this, where they don't even get to the pocket. I only got there. Okay. That one, no, that just shows how little power you need when you play this game. But I picture the shot. I only got there too. Very little power needed in this game, boys and girls. All right, one more. See if I can touch this ball without having to go. Okay, so that right there was too soft. But here's what's cool about picturing the shot too soft, guys. If you picture the shot too soft, two things happen. Number one is your cue speed that you're using comes way down. Because like you saw how it was hard for me to even not make this ball. Right. So like I had to really calm my cue speed. And by really calming my cue speed, that leaves me room to accelerate. So if you want to accelerate to the cue ball and not overhit it, it's like filling up the bathtub. You don't want to fill it up to the top and then climb in because you displace the water. It's like you got to leave yourself room. If you want to accelerate on soft shots, which you should, you have to leave yourself room to accelerate. And the only way to have room to accelerate to the cue ball is by having the front half of that swing be too soft. You have to leave yourself room to accelerate up to speed. So the first part about picturing it coming to here is I'm actually leaving myself room to go through it. Okay. The second thing is it reverses my fear. So instead of being like, I'm afraid I'm going to go too far. So say I'm playing the 11 ball and I want to stay close to the rail for the 14. Well, I don't want to come rebounding out to here and miss the 14. So if I'm in a game and I'm shooting this shot, there's a tendency to let off the cue ball because I'm afraid of going too far. I'm afraid of going too far. So, and then there's also a tendency to undercut the ball, try to slow the cue ball down, steering. So what I do is I aim this ball dead center, and I actually picture it not even making it to the pocket. I have room to accelerate, but number two, now my fear is different. Now I'm hitting it so soft, I'm afraid I'm not even going to make it in. So now my fear is telling me, better make it to the hole, better make it to the hole, better make it to the hole. So I reversed it. So instead of being like, hit it soft, hit it soft, hit it soft, don't go too far, don't go too far. And when you're shouting, don't go too far at yourself, you're going to decelerate. Instead, my swing is too soft. I'm not even making the ball. And I'm like, uh-oh, I got to make sure it gets to the hole, it gets to the hole, it gets to the hole. And then you accelerate it into the hole. And so when you're shooting firm, you're afraid of underhitting. So I reverse that. I picture it the way I want to, and I picture it soft, and trust myself, and shoot it soft, and trust my timing and stroke to get it there. And on the other end of the speed spectrum, when I'm hitting soft, I picture it too soft. Start it too soft. Let my fear be underhitting it, and leaving myself room physically and mentally to accelerate to the cue ball. That's how I do it. And so I think it's interesting, in both cases, you picture the shot softer than it should be. Start your swing too soft and accelerate in all cases. So that's where I could boil it all down by saying is every shot is born a soft shot.
Okay. One more question, and I think we can move on to the next topic after that. This is from Goba44. I think you kind of answered this already with the way you were explaining all of that, and he wants to know about how much follow-through should you use for different types of shots.
I think the follow-through is the natural result of a swing. I don't think at all about my follow-through, but maybe I just don't need to. I just think about adding through the cue ball. That's my big thing. It's like, you should be adding through the cue ball. And there's times when on my shots where I only follow through, like it only goes through a few inches. So like if I'm shooting a powerful shot with a long swing, sometimes I only get through it a few inches. Other times, sometimes I don't really know. So I don't think that the follow through number of inches really matters. What I think is important is that as you're going through, that you keep adding through the cue ball. And so for people that are new to that, you might picture, there's little hacks, like you can try shooting where you're picturing the cue ball 2 inches past where it is, and you're shooting you're trying to accelerate 2 inches through the cue ball. It's really hard without somebody here next to me, but I guess I think the follow through doesn't matter. I think it's just a natural result of a swing that adds through the cue ball.
I was going to agree with that because, like, if I want to use the word hard, the harder you hit, the more natural naturally your follow through will be longer, and the softer you hit, naturally your follow through will be softer because you're more conscious of when to actually stop the cue ball. But if you keep it natural, your body's going to stop wherever it's going to stop, and I don't think it relates.
Yeah, no, it's great. So yeah, timing. If you want to hit firm, don't hit firm. Just use a long swing, slow start, go through the cue ball. If you want to hit super soft, don't hit soft. Just use a super, super, super short stroke that goes through the cue ball.
Yep. Okay. Let's see here. So the next thing you had in mind was a side spin drill?
Yeah. So and I want to talk a little bit about pool and why side spin. Is everyone ready for the new topic? I got everyone's fresh. Everyone's got their monster. Raise your hand if you got your monster. Or your Diet Coke. Okay. Well, when it comes to controlling the cue ball, I have to kind of sell people on the idea of why and when we use side spin. A lot of people don't use side spin because they miss. When they use side spin, they miss a lot. So we'll talk about that. But there's a reason why we need to play with side spin. And, it always bothers me when people play with center ball and they say, yeah, I love pool and I try to stick to center ball. And I think about, I like chess. And I'd be like, yeah, I really, they say, I like to stick to center ball because I miss too much when I use side spin. I'm like, that sounds like if you're a chess player, you're like, yeah, I love to play chess. But I really like to stick to my bishops and rooks because the horsey's confusing. It just makes me really mad. I'm like, gotta move the horsey, guys. You gotta move the horsey. So let me explain why. So this is a quick 101 review of, let's talk about cue ball control, because I always knew how to move my cue ball around, but I never really thought about it in this basic level. Is what really makes the cue ball, after you pocket it or after you shoot at a ball, what makes the cue ball move where it moves? So here's where we start. It's at a standstill. The first thing that makes the cue ball move is that nice stroke of yours. Great. We set the cue ball in motion. Now, Chris, you hit an object ball. What are some of the things that determine where the cue ball goes. Why does the cue ball go where it goes? I don't want to talk in here.
So my explanation would be is the term the tangent line always gets thrown around, which is the 90-degree angle in the opposite direction from which the object ball is traveling. And then what makes it move after that in regards to how far does it go down the tangent line? That's clearly your power, your timing, whatever word you want to use. Top spin pushes the cue ball above the tangent line. Bottom spin pulls the cue ball below the tangent line.
Very good. So here's what's going on. Is at the moment the cue ball hits the object ball, there's going to be two forces acting on the cue ball. So we want to be very clear about what those forces are and how they work. The first force is residual energy. I used to call it tangent energy, but then the engineers, all the mechanical engineers, man, they wore me down. 3, 4, 5 mechanical engineers. It's residual energy. So it's residual energy, everybody. Shout out to all my mechanical engineers in the chat. Okay. So what happens is, when I shoot this ball, if I hit, and at the side, my cue ball is going to hit where that 12 is. The tangent line, so here's the 9 ball, here's the shot line. The tangent line's down this way. If you're not clear on tangent lines, look up a little Chris video on tangent lines. Pretty important. So the cue ball is going to have some leftover energy that sends the cue ball down that tangent line. How much leftover energy and how fast is it going to go to move? Well, here it is. It's my initial speed, however hard I hit the cue ball, and then kind of like minus the thickness of hit. So if I'm 100% full, if I shoot from here, I'm hitting 100% thick, there's 0% tangent energy to send me down the tangent line.
Residual energy?
Residual energy. I would stop. If I'm 90% thick and I shoot a certain speed, I would have 10% of my speed left over dribbling me down the tangent line. If I'm half ball hit, whatever cue speed I use, half of my energy is left over sending me down the tangent line. And if I'm very thin and I cut this in, almost all of it's almost like the 9 ball trickles in and my cue ball almost just barely loses any energy as it runs up and down the tangent line. So that's the first force that acts on the cue ball, is residual energy of your swing minus thickness down the tangent line. Now, Chris also brought up the second thing, which is spin on the cue ball. Notice he didn't say left and right. He said, top and low, follow and draw. Follow, pulls the cue ball that way, draw, pulls it back towards me. So if I'm straight, I don't have any tangent energy, so I'm either going to stop. If I have follow, I go forward. If I have draw, I come back. Where it gets weird is when we start having angles with top and draw, because now these two forces kind of mix. And it's important to kind of understand how they mix. And so, let's see, I need something that's robust. Can I use the cap of one of these beverages?
Yeah.
This is going to be my demo device. And let's see, camera, I want to be able to see. I don't want this to go down the pocket. I'll use this over here. I got this. So I've got in my hand a bottle cap. Suppose my fist here is an object ball, and straight down on the ground is the pocket I'm shooting in. So that's the side pocket straight down. Here's the object ball. If I'm straight, I've got no sideways energy. So if I drop this cap, if it has follow, it's going to follow the object ball. Like gravity's follow. I'm going to follow it straight in. Now, if I have a little bit of a cut angle, I'm going to have some amount of sideways energy. So if I have a full hit like this, notice I didn't follow it straight in, but it didn't glance off to the side very much. That's kind of like if I had a bottle cap that was just, it's not quite round enough, but that's okay. Notice it didn't come straight down. It didn't follow straight because it had a little sideways energy, but it still went pretty well down. But as I start adding cut angle, like this, now here's the tangent line. I've got a lot of tangent energy going that way, mixed with follow energy going that way. And so if this is the ground over here, I'm not following at the ground straight. In fact, I overcut the ball, but it's like I'm kind of going more diagonally. And if I'm thin enough, I don't even hit the side rail. I don't even follow to the side rail. Because I've got so much tangent energy, so much residual energy sending me down the tangent line that it overpowers the little bit of topspin. So that's like if I started flicking this bottle cap it didn't even go straight into the ground because it had so much sideways energy, it got to the end rail. So the thinner you are, the thinner you are on an object ball, the more the tangent energy controls the cue ball. So it's a mix of high-low versus tangent. And when you're thick, the high-low takes a lot of effect. And as you get thinner and thinner, the cue ball's really raising. So let's just take a look at an example here. Here's a ball in the middle of the table. I'm pretty full on the ball. So everybody can see, here's what topspin will do for me. And here's what draw will do for me. So you see my range was from like here to here.
Demi, can you actually demonstrate that one more time? Because I'm going to give everybody a different perspective.
Yeah. The simple way to think about it is as you get thinner and thinner, high and low does less and less to influence the cue ball direction. Because another analogy, hot and cold faucet. It's like when you have those faucets with hot on one side and cold on the other. If you have the hot turned up really, really, really hot, that cold, it's going to be warm. And so as you get thinner and thinner, you're turning up your tangent energy. So this is thick. I have very little tangent energy. So here's what my draw does for me. I come back pretty quick because the draw is the primary actor and the tangent energy is very minimal. Now, as I get a little bit of angle like this, all of a sudden, look at the big arc I get. I had a lot of tangent energy sending me down table, so I couldn't get it to draw back as quickly. And as I get really thin, like this, now, I mean, that ball just raced down the tangent line like the draw barely even took. And a really good example of this, the same thing, let's just put a ball on the first and a half diamond like near frozen. If I'm super thin on this ball, like this, here's the tangent line leads into the rail and back across like this. Well, here's a rolling ball. I mean, I missed it, but it's a tough shot, but it kind of followed that tangent line. Now, same shot if I draw the ball. I mean, I should set up a little bit easier. I mean, my point is, I'll do two from a little bit easier cut angle. Here we go. Here's a roll. It came down to here, so it followed through the tangent line, but only a little bit. And now the same shot with draw, it'll come back to the tangent line. Here. So my range, I still follow took me to here, draw took me to here. So top and draw still worked, but there was so much tangent energy sending me this way that the draw would only take me a little bit to follow. It was basically racing down the tangent line with very little influence from the high and low. That kind of makes sense.
Yep.
As you get thinner, the tangent energy becomes the primary controller of the cue ball, and high and low become less and less and less effective.
So hope everybody liked the aerial view. You're going to see more of that later on.
So, what does this mean about cue ball control? Is that for people that don't like to use side spin, there's only two levers you can use to control the cue ball: side spin and backspin. So
top spin, and backspin.
Well, okay, yeah, I'm sorry. Well, top spin is just a rolling cue ball. So let me rephrase. The natural path of the cue ball is a rolling ball, which is top spin.
Okay.
That is the natural path of the cue ball. So there's only two things you can do to change the natural path of the cue ball: backspin and side spin.
Gotcha.
So, for people that don't use side spin, that means they use backspin. And here's the problem. When you are thick, that's fine. You can use backspin because the backspin can actually change the direction of the cue ball when you're thick, so you have control over your direction. And even if it takes a lot of swing speed to create backspin and keep it on the cue ball. But you're hitting the object ball thick and you're sending that speed to the object ball, leaving the cue ball with controllable speed. So if I wanted to draw back a little bit, I can control my speed. So I can control my speed and direction with draw if I'm thick. But now let's look at this shot here. If I'm trying to shoot this ball on the side with draw, well, here's a rolling ball would take me to here. We just looked at this. With draw, I have very little control over my direction. Maybe I could back it up to here. So I have very little control over my direction. And the other problem is the speed I need to backspin my cue ball 2 feet is a medium speed, and I'm not losing that energy to the object ball, which means I'm going to be left flying around the table. There's no way I'm going to lay my cue ball right here. I'm not going to stop here. Like, I'm going to be flying. If I try to draw this ball, I mean, my cue ball's going 3 or 4 rails. So draw shots break down on thin cuts. They don't control your direction, and you can't control your speed. So it's like a car with no steering wheel and no brakes. So for people that use draw to control their cue ball, they can get away with it on thick hits. But when they get thin, they have zero control over their cue ball. Side spin doesn't have that problem. So side spin, here's the same shot that we just looked at. And we know that the natural path of the cue ball takes us to here. But side spin, you can hit softly because you're not fighting the table friction. So with draw, you have to hit medium or firm. Side spin, you can hit softly, which means that even on thin cuts, you can control your speed. And the other thing is, side spin takes effect when you hit a rail. It doesn't care what angle you came off the ball, so it doesn't lose effect as you get thin. So like on this shot here, I can use a lot of inside spin to go to the end rail. Or I can use a lot of outside spin to kind of come down the line I'm shooting from. Let me hit that one in. Let me hit that one in the pocket one time. A little tough. I'm missing it. The point is that you have a wide range of outcomes. You can control your direction quite well. The other thing is you can control your speed. So if I wanted to if I had to play short side shape on this 2 up in the other corner, if I tried to draw my ball to here, that's never going to work. But if I try to roll this in with a twist of outside, like I can actually control my speed because I'm not fighting table friction. So the minimum speed limit required to roll a ball in with side spin is basically pocket speed versus having to hit medium speed to keep my draw. So in short, draw shots, you don't have control over speed and direction on thin angles. Side spin, however, you can have thin angles and still control your direction and speed using spin and a rolling ball with spin instead of a draw. So that's like, okay, great. So what that means is when most people play pool, if they only use draw, they're always trying to get full angles on balls because that's the only way they ever have any control. Because if they get thin, they're just dead. And so most people get full, use backspin to control their cue ball, and then they hit everything hard to smash balls in the hole and try to force things around with below center hits. And it just doesn't really lead to very good cue ball control. So if you want to learn how to control your cue ball more accurately, we've got to develop, I actually have a very simple idea on how to play pool. Here it is. There's the move game and the hold game. Hold game is like stop shots and where you're trying to limit your cue ball movement and connect from like ball to ball without a lot of movement. You typically want to get full angles and use below center hits to either stop or roll your ball in. So thick hits, kill your ball. Thick hits, kill your ball. But when you want to move your cue ball around the table, you want to get thin angles and roll your ball using different amounts of side spin to move your ball around the table. So let's look at one example because that's a lot of talk. Let's play a 9-ball rack, see what it looks like. I need a 9-ball for that. Okay, so here's an example of where the 1 ball's down here, 2 balls up here, 3's down here, 6 is up here, 7's over here, and I have to move to get on the 8, and then I have a little bit of movement from the 8 to 9. So this is a lot of movement. And this is a lot of you guys play 8-ball where you don't have to move the ball much, and then when you play 9-ball, if I start getting full angles on these balls, it doesn't work. But if I give myself an angle on the one, I can use spinning side spin with a roll to get out to the middle of the table. And then I can have an angle on the two to cut the two in with a roll and come 2 rails out to the middle of the table. So I can cut the 3 ball in with a roll and either come 2 rails up for this side or maybe with some outside 2 rails around for this side. So the first 3 shots, guys, I'm not 9 ball. Everybody thinks 9 ball is this power game of smashing balls in with below center hits. It's not. Not if you know how to play. I use move angles to move. And your accuracy with the cue ball. And if you watch, I can hit balls softly and accurately. Rolling ball with an angle. Rolling ball with an angle. Same story here, rolling ball. I just want to catch above the side here. Caught that a little deep. Okay, pretty bad shot. Now I got problems. Bad example, guys. I'm in recovery world. Okay, so bad example, but 2-way shot. Okay, so everybody, you guys see that I wasn't hitting those balls hard. I wasn't hitting those balls with draw. You use angles and roll and spin to control your cue ball when you need to move around the table. Because the alternative is to get full on balls. But now when you're full on balls and you're using draw to move your cue ball, you now are losing all your speed to the object ball. And you have to start smashing the ball in with big strokes. And like, was it Steve said, that your control is just not going to be as good. So we'll get a chance to see that in a minute. But what are the comments like? Does that kind of move angles and side spin and roll to move, thick hits to hold? Does that kind of make sense? I don't know. I'm not used to one-way transmissions.
So we do have a comment from Craig that's I think he's basically trying to take what you're talking about right now into a translation of terminology that I think most of the viewers haven't heard about yet. It says the spin makes it a sidewalk instead of a balance beam.
Yeah, it's here's what I would say to make it so that we're not getting down a path that's, I don't want to get detoured right now. So here's what I would say. Let's do it. We kind of did a demo of this a year ago, but a lot of people haven't seen it. So we're gonna look at an example of playing 8 ball. And here's our situation. Let's put the 8 ball 3rd1/2 diamond just off the rail of figure width. And let's just say that there's a solid, I don't know, a solid like on the 2nd diamond. And we're stripes. We're going to be playing a 2-ball run. We're going to have the 9 ball here. And let's just see. And we're going to have the 6 ball here. We'll make it a little. I don't want it. There. So this target, we're going to be playing to where we have to basically lay the cue ball on the side rail to shoot the 8 in the corner. We're not even going to shoot the 8. We're just going to be shooting the 9 and seeing if we can get on the 8 ball. If we get down here behind the 7 or elevated, or if we get behind the 6, it's not going to work. And then what we're going to do is, Chris, we're going to shoot this shot a few times from 2 spots. One is going to be like a little bit thinner than half ball hit here. And then the other one is going to be like here. We have to come straight across. We can't use like high inside. We're playing a stun versus a roll.
Okay.
So go ahead. You're pretty good at this stun shot, by the way. I'm going to have you shoot 5 stun shots and see how many times out of 5 you can hit that target. Trying to hit on the rail there, Chris.
Yep.
Okay, I'm just joking. Having some fun, guys. Having some fun. All right.
Warm-up shot. Warm-up shot.
He's good at this shot, guys. He'll actually make this look. This is a bad guy to have demo because he hits this shot so good that it'll almost make this look normal.
Okay, now I got the timing.
Yep. He's in action. If you saw this guy jump, he's fine from there. Trust me.
Okay, sorry. We're silent.
Now,
Oh, I'm consistent.
now, the other things that can happen when you do this is you can catch it too low, and if you hit it hard enough to get across table, and you catch it just a little low, it runs into the top of the 6 or runs at the 8. Or if you catch it too high, you can come across and tangle up the 7. So we saw a couple of errors, but we didn't really see all of the errors that are possible. But we saw that it was not easy. So now go ahead and give yourself the angle you'd like to have to roll this ball in with a twist to outside. Yeah, that's something like that. Yeah, just a tip of high right and just kind of roll it straight across.
I don't think so.
It's marginal. You wouldn't like it. Okay, a little bit more right spin and a little bit more oomph. You can shoot it from a little closer too. A little bit more right and a little bit more of the back. Let's get all the way to that rail. Got to get through the ball. Yeah, that's a good. Oops. It's okay. Camera makes it tough, man. Not that you don't know. You spend more time on camera than Leonardo DiCaprio.
Okay, there's the time. That's what I'm looking for there. Okay.
That's a little thick. Pretty good. Yep, that was perfect speed. Perfect speed. A couple more. Is that too thick? Not bad. Okay, set a few up for me. I want to try a few both ways. I'm just curious what it looks like. So the problem with the stun shot is you have to use a lot more cue speed. And that little difference is that your tip, if you hit a little low, you come back at the 6. If you hit a little high, you go towards the 7. And it takes a lot of power. And you can rattle the ball. It's really tough to control. Telling you guys, and maybe I'm setting this up a little flatter than I had you, but okay. That's the point, though. This is not ideal. This is not an ideal shot. Right. Yeah, pretty tough, right? Pretty tough to control.
So I believe this would be the common question then, because if the point is that this is not an ideal shot, we're demonstrating how difficult the shot is, what is the alternative?
See how that one I came backwards and now I hit the 6? So none of those shots. Now let me try the other. So here's the alternative. A little lower than the third diamond, by the way. There, yep. The alternative is to play an angle so that we can use a rolling ball with a little bit of side spin. So the reason we're using side spin is if we don't, the tangent line leads to here, but we're going to roll through it a little bit, even though tangent. So here's where we go without side spin. Is it's going to go more, well, a little bit towards the 7. And I don't want to go towards the 7. So what we're doing is we're using a little bit of outside English, in this case right spin, to check the cue ball up and come straight across. So we're actually following the tangent line, but instead of using a stun shot to follow the tangent line, we're just using a little bit of outside check. So now let me hit a few of these. That's one. That was a little thick. That killed my speed. I'm going to do 3 in a row. I'm a little mad. That's okay. I'm not perfect. do 2 more. When you start hitting the shot well, you feel like you can just put the cue ball on the second rail. Okay, so I did 4 out of 5. And compared to that other shot, we were rattling the ball and missing it, coming up short and drawing it to 6. And it's so, if I had to guess from that stun shot angle how many out of 5 I could do, I'd guess I could do 2 out of 5. Like, I bet I could do more than 1 out of 5, but I think 2 out of 5 is what I could do.
So, but my question is if you're in that position and the stun is just not that reliable, but you're still in that position, what is the alternative, or is there an alternative?
So to me, here's what that question sounds like. That would be like if I was telling somebody, suppose I was working with a beginner and they were playing 8 ball and they were going to shoot the 6 ball and like this, and they're hooked on the 7. That would be like me explaining that we want to roll that in to go forward and have a shot at the corner. And they're like, well, what? But if I got here though, what would I do? Don't get here. Like, don't do it. Like, if you get here, you've kind of lost the game. And this is I'm sorry, I'm raising my voice because this is how I see it, guys. If a beginner asks, well, what would I do if I got here, though? I mean, if I get here, what's the right shot? It's like, there is no right shot. This is a huge, huge, huge mistake to be in this spot when you had that easy of an opportunity to get this angle. So if we got here at a game, if somebody had a choice, if somebody had some type of choice, so toss me another solid. If somebody had this shot here, and they rolled this in and got a flat angle on the 7, and then they tried to stun across table and they came cross side, I would think that this person, like my reaction is, this guy can't win. Like this guy just doesn't know how to play pool, which is fine. I'm an instructor. I get it. Like a lot of people are learning. There's no shame if you're learning. That's why so for those that are in the chat, if this is new to you, that's why you're here. You're in a tree of trust. You're on the right road. It's the people that aren't here that keep doing it that I'm talking about. So on this type of run, you would not roll forward. You would stop your cue ball so that you could roll this ball in and lay the cue ball accurately on the second rail.
All right.
Now,
Fair enough.
So for people that roll forward on that shot, try to stun across table and rattle that ball, that to me looks as stupid as if they hooked themselves on that 3-ball run. It's just that's not where you put the cue ball.
Fair. Okay.
Good. So, questions about that? So in short, here's what I'd say, guys, is the sentence I use is there's full angles. 3/4 thick to full is what you want to get to hold the cue ball. Half ball hit or thinner is what you want to get to move the cue ball. And what I like to say is you want to figure out, do I need to move or not? Get move angles to move, hold angles to hold. And what most people do is when you try to move with a hold angle, when you get a full angle and you try to move the cue ball, it results in terrible cue ball control. So trying to move with a hold angle kills your cue ball control. So we just proved that with trying to move with a hold angle, you're going to miss balls, you're going to rattle balls, and you can't control your cue ball. So that's the rule. Move angles to move, hold angles to hold. And if you looked at the number of runs, and I mean this, like this is almost like if you wanted to boil down everything I teach to one sentence, it would be, don't get flat angles when you need to move the ball. That's almost everything I teach boils down to that one idea. And most runs end. A surprising number of runs end because people start getting thick angles, lose control of their cue ball trying to move it around, and then they end up out of line and missing or hooking themselves. 2 shots later, they miss a jump. They're like, how did that happen? Go back 2 shots. I bet you they got straight when they need to move the cue ball.
Okay.
Questions, comments?
Yeah, I think this one's going to be a little difficult to answer because it's a very common question. And this comes from Ryan Kuntz on Facebook. So thank you so much for watching on Facebook. Says, what's the best way to adjust for using side spin, though, on cuts?
Yeah, we're going to get into that. Yep.
What about cut-induced throw?
Yeah, we're going to get into that. Perfect.
Okay.
We'll phase into that next.
Let's see. Is there any other questions? Oh, I think this is a good one. This is from Sensei Nate. In your mind, what angle is too thin? At some point, you should start moving away from the optimal swing speed. Any rules of thumb to avoid going too far with it?
I mean, I don't know the exact angle. I have a student that calls the angle we're about to practice is what my student calls the Demi angle, which is, so there's, to me, half ball hit is the beginning of a move angle. This is like a little bit half ball hitish. And then I go to about this angle like here, starts getting like 40 degrees. 40, it's not quite like, it's, I don't know what this angle is. It's kind of like, not quite 45 degrees, but something like 45 degrees. My students call this the Demi angle. This is the angle I just used to move across table. Once you get thinner than that, it starts becoming hard to pocket the ball and hard to control your speed. So there's an exception to every rule, right? Like there's going to be times when you really need to move the ball, or you say you're playing some kind of breakout and it's straight pool and you really need to crash into the balls. Maybe you can sometimes play to get a little thinner. But in general, somewhere between half ball and that like 45 degree angle. Yeah.
Okay. I think this is going to be a difficult question to answer, but we'll try. What's the best way to judge the amount of power to use for a stop shot depending upon distance from the object ball?
So stop shots are very cushy because the object ball, if you hit them well, the object ball will always pocket and the cue ball will always stop. So there are a number of different combinations of tip, how low and how much power you can use. You can go real low with a softer speed, medium low with a medium speed, or just a hair low with a real crisp speed. And the outcomes will look identical. So it's when you have stun shots and you're controlling how far you move down the tangent line with cut angles, that's when your tip and speed really start mattering, which we're going to get into with the drill later.
Okay.
But to answer your question, I think that in general, if all you need to do is stop your ball, you don't want to be so weak that you don't have any confidence. But in general, you want to use a pretty low tip. I'd say max out the lowness on the tip first, and then use the power needed to keep your slide at that low. So first go really low, 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 low. And then at that low, use just enough swing speed to keep your ball sliding. A lot of people do the opposite. They go one tip low on all their stop shots, and then as they get further and further and further, they ramp up their speed more and more and more. What I do is instead I go lower, lower, lower as I get further to try to keep. I try to minimize my cue speed. So whatever the softest speed stop shot you can use, while still being confident.
Okay.
In general. Okay.
Let's see.
Any questions? That was a great question about aiming with side spin. We're going to get into.
Okay. I think we just answered this, but I'm going to go ahead and put it up anyway because this is from a local of mine. How's it going, Thomas? He says a lot of his issues come from determining the speed to hit a shot. So how do you determine how hard or how soft to hit a shot? I think we've kind of been covering that. We can just go into more detail with the drill.
Well, and I think that, of course, like at some point, practice experience comes into play. So then there are some drills that I think really put pressure on regulating your swing speed and your speed control. And so I like to spend time, just working on that stuff. I think a lot of people, they're pretty, pool's a game of 6 inches. And I thought about doing the 6-inch demonstration with people. That's pretty eye-opening. The way it works, guys, is we play like the 6-ball ghost. You got to run 6 balls in order. And first I have you do it where every time you shoot, you get to move the cue ball 6 inches on every shot. You get to move it 6 inches after it stops in your favor. And you'll find that if you play 10 racks against the 6-ball ghost, you're either going to run 10 out of 10 or 9 out of 10. And if you run 9 out of 10, it's because you got bored.
Right.
It's almost going to feel like you have ball in hand on every shot. 6 inches, 6 inches, 6 inches. Then I can have you play 10 racks against the 6-ball ghost where I move it 6 inches the worst direction on every shot. Every time you land, I get to move it 6 inches on top of a ball, on a rail, behind a ball, flat angle. And if you play 10 racks like that, you're going to run 0 out of 10. And it's shocking. So Nate Tam, I'll tell you a funny story. I've actually done this 6-inch drill where I call it the reverse handspan. On every shot, reverse handspan. I've had Danny Olson try it. I've had Tyler Steyer try it. I've had Jesse Engel and my buddies try it. I've tried it. I've had 50 students try it. Probably seen 400 or 500 racks attempted like this. 6-ball runs, man. 6-ball runs with the reverse handspan. I've never seen a 6-ball run completed. That's how bad 6 inches on every shot is. Because what happens is 6 inches on the first shot, you go from having a good angle to being flat on the rail. And then that turns into a bad cue ball on your next shot. And then I get to move it 6 inches from there for the shot. It snowballs so quickly. And then there's times you can't even get on a ball because I could just like side pocket hook you or push down the rail straight in or whatever. It's unbelievably difficult. Now, I would say out of 100 tries, I would expect that I could run one. There's going to be some layout where all the balls are just hanging, but I haven't seen it yet. And even the times, every 100 racks, I see a good opportunity to beat it, and then somebody dies it anyway because it's real slippery. So the point about that is, it literally goes from being a 10 out of 10. I could run. It's like having ball on hand on every shot, compared to I can never run a single rack. And so I'm a weird guy. So I thought about this. Here's my thought experiment about this. Who would I like if I had to bet on a player to beat the 6-ball ghost with that reverse handspan? Anybody in the world, who would I pick? And I think if I could go back and pick like a 2008 Alex Baggio-Lion, that would be my pick, because he's got the right fighting spirit, strategy, and game mentality, and heart, and like cue ball striking, and accurate cue ball, and like, I mean, Dennis Urcullo, Fedor Gorst, great choices, but like 2008 Alex. If I could put 2008 Alex to play that reverse handstand ghost, 6-ball, out of 100 racks, how many can you win? Like, well, maybe 6, maybe 11, I don't know, something like that. So like, if it's 11, he's getting outscored 8-1. If it's 6, he's getting outscored 16-1. That's a 300 to 400 Fargo point gap, which means that the reverse handspan 6-ball ghost like plays somewhere around like 1150 to 1250 speed, probably 1200. So with the handspan, the 6-ball ghost is like 300 speed. With the reverse handspan, it plays 8 times greater than the greatest player that's ever lived. And we're talking about 6 inches, one way or the other. So when we're talking about speed control, people don't really, I appreciate talking about speed. People don't understand how important just a couple inches a shot really is. So anybody that has a table at home or you go to leagues and warm up, try playing your game of choice, 8-ball, 9-ball, and every time you shoot, move it 6 inches the way you want to, and see how easy the game feels. And then try moving it 6 inches the wrong way every time, and see how quickly you'd want to quit the game. And then all of a sudden you realize that pool is actually a fight over 6 inches. So how do you learn how to control the speed? We're going to get into, I think one thing we're going to do later is we're going to be working on some patterns. And when we do our patterns, we're not just playing pass or fail if we run out or not. We're working on playing patterns to where we're cue balls, hitting certain targets at every shot. And so we're actually holding ourselves to a higher standard of speed. So working on set patterns and playing them to a certain standard, and working on drills that really control your speed. And you can look up the minefield. I don't know if you've ever tried it. Do you have a video on that?
I haven't tried the minefield, but I know what it is.
So the minefield is like a no rail drill type situation where you're not allowed to hit rails. It's really good for your whole game. It's not as good for fighting for your move game, but so I would say look up the minefield to work on your whole game, and then work on and then work on patterns. Set up a certain, like we're going to do later. I'll show you how to do it later with patterns.
Okay, so with all that in mind, I mean, keep the questions coming, everybody. But we haven't even gotten into the side spin drill.
Let's get into the side spin.
So let's do the side spin drill.
All right, here we go. Object ball, 1 ball off the rail on the second diamond. Cue ball in the middle of the table.
Oh, side spin wagon wheel.
And we're going to put an object ball every time from this side pocket to the middle of that end rail. And the deal with this is the natural path of the cue ball would roll to here. Tangent line goes to here, but because I have a little bit of forward roll, it comes through to here. So to hit down here, we need maximum inside English, maximum left. Oops. This is a lot of left. This is moderate, medium left. This is a flick of left. This is just a trace, tiniest hint of outside. This is actually a surprisingly little amount of outside, and this takes a healthy right spin. So let me just talk about how to aim with side spin. We're all going to have different answers for this, but here's, I'm a pool player, man, so here you go. Miss this shot, this one, this exact shot, miss this shot 1,000 times. So my opinion is, what most people do is they're looking for a way to learn this shot that doesn't involve 1,000 misses. And so they go online and they're looking for some kind of like adjustment system. And Dr. Dave has saws, the system for aiming with side spin, and different people talk about different things. But in reality, like what almost everybody I've ever known is, that actually like learn side spin and compete with it is they just miss this ball until they just understand. So what happens, of course, with left spin is, the cue ball deflects and then it curves and then it throws the object ball. And the hell of it is, guys, at different speeds, you can actually undercut or overcut the ball with the same aim and tip position with different speeds. So it's very feely, because if you hit too hard, it'll deflect away, but then it won't curve back. And if you hit too soft, it'll curve a lot. So it's like, how do you learn? You miss 1,000 times. And what most people do is they miss it like 12 times. And then they conclude that they're on the wrong path and it's never going to work. And then they go back to center ball and play without their knights for the rest of their life. And it's like, no, they spent 30 years. And then they look up stuff, they look up videos of people saying, you should really try to stay on the center line 90% of the time and never use more than one tip of side spin. And they look up old quotes that were from 90 years ago when straight pool was the main game and nobody had to move their ball around the table. And they use that to reassure themselves that they're, I'm working on my center ball hits and I'm trying to hit more of a pure, simple game. And that's the right road for me. It's like, no, you're afraid of missing. So here's what you do is you miss this shot 1,000 times. And I got one story to tell about that. Michał Rybak, originally from Poland, and he came and trained with me. And before he even trained with me, he asked me about aiming with side spin. And I told him this shot, I wanted him to miss it 1,000 times. And I got an email from him, I could look it up. And he basically said he tried to miss it 50 times a day for 20 days. But the problem was after he got 4 days in, after he got to 200 misses, he just couldn't really miss it 50 times anymore because he started making it all the time. And he had to put pocket tighteners in just to get to 50 misses. And he said by the time he got to 300-400 on this is like a week. He said he was using this in games left and right. And then, anyway, and then he said that at 700 misses, he actually won the biggest tournament he played as some qualifier to a big event. And he said it was the best he played. He won his biggest event. So we hadn't even trained together. I just told him to work on this drill and you learn side spin. And so that's it. And in my opinion, it's not fun to shoot shots when every time you shoot, you're just like gobbledygook and you feel like you don't know where the ball is going to go and all this stuff. You know what? If you're not willing to miss 1,000 times, then, I'm not a good coach for you because that's input equals output. So, all right, Chris, which end are we starting on?
I want to go inside.
Inside. Let's go to the 14.
Oops.
No problem. That's one. $999 to go. No, seriously, guys, if you're going to play pool for 30, 40 years, to not spend a couple hours missing, yeah. Nice shot. And notice one thing is that Chris is going to be I didn't mention this, but our goal is to land on these balls lightly. We're not smashing into these balls. We're landing on them lightly. So good job.
Okay.
I don't know if I'm marking these. Should we put a dot on or can we see the middle of the table? As long as we know where the middle is.
Might not be exactly the middle, but close enough. Actually, yeah, it's pretty spot on.
I like your timing. He went through it, guys. Notice that he hit soft, but he went through the cue ball. That was cool.
Too much spin.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful shot. He went through. So this is one I got to credit Bahama Pete. I doubt he'll see this, but from the Bahamas, Pete came up and trained with me twice over 3 days. Anyway, it was great. But his guy that taught him used to tell him this. He said, soft doesn't mean soft. Because when people think I want to hit something soft, they almost always decelerate. And so soft doesn't mean decelerate. Soft doesn't mean soft. Notice he shortened up his swing, guys. See, he used like a 3 or 4 inch swing, and then he went through the ball with confidence without overrunning the shot. This is like smooth, man. Looking like John Mora. Looking like...
Nice.
He landed on that ball like a butterfly with sore feet. This one's tricky because like center doesn't work, but if you use right spin, it's like too much. You gotta just like think about right spin. Beautiful. And look at the speed control you can get. Your control over direction and speed with this shot compared to like anything else is just, and so much of pool is dealing with balls on the rail. And granted, if you want to hold, you can get full and shoot them in, but like if you need to move with a ball on the rail, this really starts getting to be a way to do it. Nice. Little longer swings. Now this outside English is hold up. It's actually check side now because we're rolling through the tangent line. This is checking us back. So it does burn a little speed hitting that rail. So go ahead and lengthen this one out a little bit so you don't have to hit faster, you just hit longer. See how it's kind of dead coming off that rail?
Yeah.
Yeah, just a little more. Remember guys, the difference between try and triumph. It's just a little oomph.
Oh, are you kidding me?
Ooh. That one you kind of let off.
Yeah, I did. I felt it.
You guys feel that? You let off. They didn't get through that one. That one he got through it. And look what happens. Good things happen when you hit the ball. Hey, good job, man. Good job.
Thank you.
So, a funny story, because somebody had a comment here. Let me just skim through this. Somebody said, let's see.
This?
Yeah, so Goba 44, move angles and hold angles. So it's about getting cue ball control to get to each. Yes, so here's okay, this is like, if I could say, like, why don't people play better patterns? So here's the problem is when your only tool is a hammer, the whole world looks like a nail. So most people don't feel comfortable. There's three things that people don't like. They don't like thin cuts, they don't like using lots of side spin, and they don't like finesse speeds. So putting them together where you're shooting thin cuts with finesse speeds and side spin, it's like most people, like, I'd rather just anything but that. That's like my worst fear. I'd rather like have a clown. So because of that, when they play patterns, if somebody was to ask about how do I play better patterns, they can't play better patterns because patterns are taking the moves and maneuvers that we've practiced and developed and assembling them into a routine. And if you don't feel comfortable with those moves and maneuvers, you just are missing the right tools. It's like, it's pretty hard to fix your faucet with if nothing more than a chainsaw. It's just not the right tool. So, funny story, Jesse Engel is I'm fortunate. He's a hell of a player, man. I've learned a lot from him. Great, best player in Minnesota. And anyway, we were talking about it once on a podcast, and he says to me twice, he doesn't give lessons, but twice he's had people come up to him with the same conversation. They go like this: "Hey Jesse, I know you don't give lessons, but man, I watch how you play Barty blade ball. It's just so good. I just want you to do this. If I gave you like $100 or something, would you just watch me play Barty blade ball and just for like an hour, just tell me what shots to shoot? I just want to hear your thought process, and I want to just see what it's like to be inside your head, and I just want to try to just you coach me and tell me what to do, and let me just play because man, I think I'd learn a lot. Okay, he tried it twice. He's had this come up like a bunch of times. People always ask him. He's done it twice. He says he'll never do it again. And does anybody know why he'll never do it again? It's because people aren't able to do what he's asking them to do. He's like, I'll tell them, like, here, I need you to do this, or I need you to do that, or try to get here, or try to do this. And they're just looking at him like he's insane. And you know what he says that they're unable to do? Is the soft finesse spin shots. And playing bar table 8 ball, guys, talk about 6 inches. Now we're talking about 2-3 inches means a lot. It's like, these are the shots. It's the soft finesse spin shots to where people just like that, when we were trying to get on that 8 in the corner, he'd tell them, like that shot where we had a ball here, and I was saying, we don't want to roll forward, we want to keep a big angle so we can float across. If Jesse told them to stop on that ball and then finesse that ball down the rail with some outside English, they'd be like, I don't know if I can make it from there, and if I try to use side spin, I'm going to miss, and I don't know how to do that, and I just want to go forward and get where I can make the ball. It's like, well, how can I coach you to run better patterns? So as a coach, here's what I've learned, guys. Good pattern play and executing good patterns. So creating and executing good patterns is the final step. To do that requires the assembly of good cue ball maneuvers. So you have to have certain cue ball maneuvers in your repertoire so that you can build good patterns. And then in order to have good cue ball tools, you have to have certain knowledge and certain technique, which is a little bit about knowledge, it's a little bit about technique, and it's a little bit about time and experience. So when I do my 3-day boot camps with people, I fill in cracks in their knowledge, I smooth out problems with their technique, and then I work them through exercises to help put in some time to develop those things so that they have some confidence and feel for those shots. And so first I build out their toolbox with a set of what I call my core shots. I have 10 shots I use when I play pool. And I get people comfortable with those shots and knowing how they work, how to hit them, and have a little feel and understanding of those shots. And then as we get into pattern play, now we at least have tools with which we can read and execute patterns correctly. So that's a little bit about how I teach, and that's a little bit about why I think when people ask about, so it's just about playing the right angles, it's like, well, first it's about developing the tools so that you can succeed at those angles, and then it's about playing the right angles. Yes?
Gobo44 also asked if I was keeping my tip vertical position on the cue ball constant and only varying the side spin. So Demi might not know because he wasn't behind the cue ball, I was. So when I was doing the inside spin shots, I didn't necessarily had a rolling cue ball. I had a top spin rolling cue ball, but then as I noticed, as I was getting back to those outside spins, my top spin rolling cue ball had to start coming down into a rolling cue ball and making sure that I was maximizing the side spin. So not exactly on the vertical, but starting to realize more and more on what he's talking about to make sure that more side spin than rolling or top spin or back spinning cue ball gives the side spin the maximum effect. Yes?
So here's the way I'd say this. You can't, if you want maximum side spin, you can't go above or below center.
Right.
Because this is a sphere, not a cube. So you can't go top and right. If you go max top, you can't go left or right. And if you go max right, you can't go up or down. So because of that, we don't need, so let's talk about top spin or follow is nothing more than a naturally rolling ball. And so if you hit the ball softly, even if you hit with center ball, the cue ball, if I aim dead center but hit it softly, the cue ball's rolling by the time I got to the one anyway. So I don't need to cue these high to get my cue ball rolling with follow. The table will develop it into a follow at this speed, which means, in theory, I could shoot all of these shots with just horizontal and just straight left and right or center. I don't need any above center for any of these. However, I do use above center when I'm allowed to. So let me explain. When I'm trying to hit the 2 ball here, this one I need maximum left spin. Maximum left spin is on the equator line. So here I don't use any top spin. I just use straight left because I can't go high. I need to go straight left and just let the table develop the roll. Okay. On the other hand, I don't know what's that, that's fine. On the other hand, suppose I'm just coming to this chalk here. I don't need a lot of right spin to get to there. I could stay on the horizontal axis and just use, I could stay on the equator line and just use medium right. But what happens is, if I can raise my tip. Now I have room to go up on the cue ball. And the reason I go higher on the cue ball is not to get it to roll. It's already going to be rolling. But look at what happens to my tip and my cue stick. When I raise my tip,
actually, hold on a second. Let me zoom in on that.
Yeah, let's zoom in on my cue. So here's horizontal with right spin. Now watch what happens when I go higher. I can lower my back arm and I can level off my cue. So what happens is when I go high ball, I can actually get my cue more level, which minimizes how much it curves. So what that means is I usually go as high on the cue ball as I can while still allowing myself to get the spin I need. So if I just need a little spin, I'll go high with a trace of spin. If I need a lot of spin, I gotta go near the equator line so I can dig out there on the side of the ball and really rev it up and let the table develop the roll. So what that means is like when I'm hitting here, that's like 9 o'clock. Here, 10 o'clock. Here, or 10 to 9:30, or here's like 10. This starts being 11. This starts being like, 12:15. And then to hit here is probably like 1 or 1:30. And then to hit here, it starts getting towards that 3 o'clock where I need maximum spinning. Good.
Okay, let's see. I don't necessarily see any more questions beyond that. So next up, we had safety drill.
Well, yeah, so let's just think about are we done? Let me just think if we're completely done with side spin. Is there anything else I wanted to say? So we talked about developing these tools, soft touch, soft speeds, accelerating through. Yep.
Can you, so this is
building a tool that we're going to work into our patterns later. Is the ability to, this is the shot for anybody that's learning spin. This is what I'd say to work on. Yep. Okay. I think we're good. Yeah. I just had to make sure I was good.
So I'm curious, because we talk about hold angles, we talk about move angles. So, and then move angles most likely would incorporate some amount of side spin where hold angles don't. Or, I mean, they could, but they probably typically don't. So can you just do a 4 or 5 ball example, 4 ball, 5 ball pattern where you diagram out move angles versus hold angles?
Yeah, I tried to do that. I failed. I'll try again. One more.
Just like I said, 4 or 5 balls.
Let's see here. Look at this space. Okay. The one's a little clogged up here, but okay. So this is not the best example, Rack.
Well, like make it the example.
Well, I'll kind of explain. It's not terrible, but here's the problem. The 7 ball. So I'm going to run these in order: 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 9. The first challenge is the 7 ball is really blocking where I'd like to be. So getting on the 2 ball is actually just a little funny, even with ball in hand. But let's just look at the 2 to the 5. Here's the 2, here's the 5. Does everybody guess what shot I'm going to use to get from the 2 to the 5? Do you think I'm going to get real full on the 2 ball and try to smash it off the end rail? I'm going to try to get out here on the kitchen line so I can roll this in to get on the 5. And then when I get on the 5, I need to be able to move to get on the 6. I want to be over here. So either I need to use outside left spin so that instead of, this is the natural path of the cue ball, either I need to use outside English to bring it back here so I can bounce across with a move angle on the 5, or I need to use some kind of center ball to roll up on this side of the 5 so I can roll with left spin to get on the 6 that way. So either one's okay. Probably just coming up where the cue ball's at now seems reasonable. So I'm thinking like get down here for the 2, roll up here for the 5, use outside, roll 2 rails for the 6, and then it's hold, and kind of like a hold angle's okay because I just need to roll forward a little bit. So I'm thinking like move angle on the 2, move angle on the 5, hold angle, just dribble that in and roll the 9. The problem is getting here on the 2 ball with this ball here kind of blocking. It's too thin to shoot it on that side. It doesn't go in the corner. So I might have to follow this to the rail. This is actually pretty touchy. I might even have to use right spin. Yeah, pretty tough. Of course, it's pretty bad to miss ball in hand, but I'm telling you guys, it was laying surprisingly funny. So now I could set it up as a better example, but now I want to make this ball. It's pretty tricky here. That's a good shot there.
Okay.
Okay, that was a tough first shot. Now we're in business. So center ball roll, but letting the natural roll angle take me there. Now look at the angle. I have a big angle, so I can naturally come 2 rails. I'd like to be either straight on the 6. I don't really want to be on this. I mean, either it's not that big of a deal, but I'd like to be. I should just be able to get straight. And now same story. Just soft roll this in, and then I can soft roll this in. Now, the speeds I used a follow shot on the 1, and then a real soft roll on the 2, and then a real soft roll on the 5, and then a real soft roll on the 6, and a real soft roll on the 7, and now I'm shooting a 9 ball. So every shot I shot was rolling, and everything was soft, and everything was rolling. And this is how a 9 ball can look if you hit the right angles and know how to move the cue ball. So when I see people running around the table, smashing balls in with these big power strokes, it makes me want to pull out my wallet and bet everything I own and play that for money. Because they can't win. They can't win. It doesn't work.
Okay. Let's see here. Got a couple of questions here. This is from XKTSX Legend. Is the pop break for 8-ball more about backswing timing and contact with the cue ball, or the simple contact between the cue ball and the contact ball on the rack?
I think that the pop break, of course, there are probably factors as far as elevation and bridge length and swing speed and all that. But to me, it's all about timing. It's all about timing. And the break, I feel I got to be careful. This is such a passion spot for me that I could easily spend an hour talking about the break, and it would probably be a very valuable hour because I've maybe spent hundreds of hours or maybe even 1,000 hours over 10, 15 years beating my head against the wall with the break. And what I can tell you, and this is like a lifetime of work to figure this out, everybody's hitting the break with too much muscle, and that the correct amount of power in the break shot, I've heard people say you should only use 80% power, 60% power. For me, the magic answer was 0% power. And it seemed completely impossible, like 0%, well, you got to move the cue. It's like, okay, yeah, anybody that just said that? Anybody who 0%, that doesn't make any sense. Obviously, the cue needs to move in. You go ahead, keep doing what you're doing then. But if you want to break the balls, man, listen up to old Demetrius here. It's 0%. And here's what I mean by 0%. Obviously, the cue is moving. But our brain measures power differently than the physicists. Physicists just measure actually if the cue's moving. But like when we think about power, we're thinking about how tight, how much muscle, how much shove. And so here's the question I want you to think about. Look at my practice strokes here. How much power am I using on this practice stroke?
I love it. I love it.
Who's that?
No, just what you're saying there. How much power is in your practice stroke? You would basically say none. Like,
now,
power's
obviously,
power's not contemplated until you hit the cue ball.
Yeah,
but
if you look at my practice stroke, now obviously the cue stick's moving, right? So you can say, well, there's some power. But look at, like, I'm not. If I put my arm on the screen so you guys can see my arm, like if I'm taking practice strokes, like I'm not tightening up. I'm not like muscling, shoving, pushing. Like I'm just kind of like casually letting my arm swing back and forth. It turns out that's all the power you need on a break shot, and that by using a practice stroke, my break finally, after years and years, God, it was like it was almost like a lifetime of work to figure it out, like the 1-inch punch of Bruce Lee or something. Like, how do you get that to work? And there's a couple other adjustments. I will tell you quickly what they are for the break shot for me. Is a longer length because you want power. You don't want any power. 0% power the way we think of power, but we want length so that our cue has room to accelerate up to speed. And then the other thing I do is I stand up. So the top pros, they get down like this, and then when they break, they lift. I could be wrong, but my understanding is the reason why they lift is not to throw their body in. It's nothing like that. It's because when they lift, they can allow their whole arm to swing which is a longer lever. So by using a long lever and a long bridge length, you don't use any muscle, you just use a long lever with a long swing. And so what they do is they stand, they get down to get their aim good, then they lift to allow their arm to come through the cue ball. I can't lift up with a swing, it just throws me off. So what I finally figured out for myself is, I get down and I just start up. So if this is where they lift up to, I just start here. I use a long swing, let my arm kind of just, I don't force it, kind of like the wrist step. I don't force it, I just let it. And then I just take a practice swing, and all I do is I take a practice swing that goes through the cue ball. And by just focusing on just, basically, as I'm touching the cue ball with my tip, I'm just trying to add a little nudge through the cue ball. And that keeps that swing accelerating. I'm actually adding a nudge all the way through the cue ball. I don't even notice it. So if I try to do a break, I will show you some ghost breaks, and then I will show you an actual break. And it's very, very, very hard to talk about all this and then get, even the pros, even the best, even Shane warms up his break shot. And if you guys watch Shane break, if he goes to a tournament and just starts breaking, sometimes he'll have some topspin on the cue ball and he'll lose it a little bit or whatever. It just takes a few hits to kind of get the swing. And when you're in teach mode and you're talking, it's really, really, really hard to get up and just demonstrate a good shot. So I'm not going to take the time to hit a dozen breaks, but I will try one. First, I will show a few ghost breaks where I want you to see my swing speed. Here's the cue ball. Basically, the other thing I do is I have to address way low, because as I swing, my elbow does drop, and I have to budget for my tip to raise up. So you'll see me kind of addressing the cue ball a little low. So here's what my swing should look like. I want you to see my power I'm using. Everybody else is winding up on the break. I'm actually relaxing and settling in, like I'm relaxing all the muscles. All the muscles are relaxing, relaxing. Practice swing. And then I just let my arm swing. So one more ghost break to warm up. Doesn't look like it's going to do anything, right? That won't work. Now that's not the most accurate, but it's effective, right?
Yeah, I would say.
All right, Chris, let's run these out Scotch doubles.
What did you make?
We made a solid.
Made a solid?
Let's take, I guess we're solids. So does the 6 go anywhere? No. Do we have to play solid? I guess so. Okay. Can you get me out like here? I can shoot the 4, go 2 rails, and rip those walls apart?
I can try. Where's
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I stole a shot.
So you said you want like right here?
Yeah, I just need to be able to make the 4. This is so brutal. Like this ball, not only doesn't it go, but we have to move this ball a long way before anything good can happen. Oh boy. All right. Call the ambulance. Well, it goes now. We just have to get our way over to here.
Okay.
That could have been worse. Maybe you can get me on the end rail. I can get there off the 1.
Where are we playing the 8 though? Because we're already running out of soldiers.
That's, yeah,
I figured this is the key ball now to the 8 ball.
Yeah, but the problem is if we don't go to the 1, then we gotta like stun it back and you could rattle it or miss. You're kind of over balls and stuff. I don't know, man. I feel like I feel like if we get there, here's what we need to do. So if we get there, there's a chance we can even shove the 8. There's a chance we could use the 5. We got a nice shot in the 5 and then follow 1, 2 rails. But I don't know. I just feel like right now we need to make the 3 and lay it on the end rail. That's what we need to do.
Let's see what I can do.
Yeah. Good shot. So now here's a move angle, guys. I'm going to be cutting this ball in, and I need to send my cue ball just past the 4 towards that second diamond. It's a little dicey. I'll admit. Okay, I'm on the 6. So now I think you have to draw the rail end out to get me out here on the 4 where I'm around the 5. God damn, thing's purple. I just don't want to stop because I'm over the 13 or whatever that is. So I think we just need to come to the rail and out.
Ah, are you kidding me? And I didn't even get shaped.
This is so. Why did the run end, everybody? Because we got full, but we needed to move the ball. Now, I'm not faulting myself because I actually hit a great shot to get there, and I would expect a guy that's like little Chris. I would expect him to be able to, handle us. No, I'm just kidding. But no, seriously, I just want you guys to see what I'm talking about.
Did we get it that time?
Marginal. I mean, this is a pretty flat angle. Out here is really, really good. Because now I'm full when I need to move. Go ahead, hit it again. If we're going to replay it, we might as well replay it to where we get where we want to be. I really like to be all the way in the middle. It's tough because I know you're kind of elevated and stuff. I didn't think it was all that bad when I saw it, but I guess it's a little tricky.
Well, my concern was overdrawing it.
Oh, gosh. Well, I need an angle.
So if I try to overdraw this.
Yeah, I mean,
it's still not enough.
Well, and here's the thing. I know where it was in the game, because in the game, if you'd stopped, I was over this 13 ball.
Right.
That's where it was. So let's put it where it was, and you were like dead straight, and I think you were like right here. So try to get to the rail and out to the middle. Yep. Well, that's where it was in the game. Okay, that's pretty good. So now, all I need to do now is make the 5 and beat the side pocket. Even if I froze you here, it's makeable, but really, once I get to in here. So I'm trying to hit this 3rd diamond. So now I've got a lot of cut angle. Natural path sends me at the 9, so now I have to be able to load this up with inside. I didn't quite get it there. All right, my bad. Looks like the caroms are... This is your shot, Chris. Unless you want to jump it over the 12. Sure. All right, so it was a tough run, guys. I knew playing at solids was not easy there. Chris had a point about how it's tough to get on the 8 later, but nice. Right. What I will say is, if we could have somehow gotten on this 5 ball where we had the middle of the table angle, now it doesn't require so much inside to beat the 9. And there's a path through there. And it kind of comes this way. And I didn't hit it hard enough there. I didn't accelerate through enough, but that's the right path anyway. It's just, getting the right angles on balls is kind of critical. That's the point.
Okay. That was basically all about the pop break with a little extra sauce there.
So long swing. Stand tall to let your arm naturally get involved, not forcefully. And then you can address the cue ball a little low to budget for that tip lift if you do that. And then finally, just relax. Don't wind up on your practice strokes. Relax, take all the power out. Just use a practice swing that goes through the cue ball.
Okay.
It took me 20 years to figure that out, guys, so a lot of pain into that.
I think this is it's still a good question, though. I think the answer is very generalized. Santiago Molina Reina from Facebook. Thank you so much for watching on Facebook. How can I avoid ending up with straight shots when going from one end of the table to the other? I mean, to me, that just sounds like practice.
Well, there's a path that out of my core shots, guys, 7 of my core shots, I have 2 hold shots and 8 move shots. And I'm not going to go through my core shots today. There's just come boot camp. We can train, man. I can't fit 20 years into 20 minutes. But what I can tell you is there's a path that works. And that path is this 2nd diamond to this 2nd diamond. This path. This is how you control your angle. So let me explain. Here's a run. So the 9 ball's down here, the 8 ball's up here, and the 7 ball's here. If I was to play this ball, first of all, if I'm straight and I'm trying to power draw my ball up table, or if I'm full and I try to force my ball up table, now I'm already dead. I'll never control my angle. But assuming that we're good enough that we have a move angle, the problem with this move angle here is we're coming off the end rail, which means what path is my cue ball going to take to get on the 8? the gap between the side and the corner is very small. If you look at the angle gap, it's not very big. I can scratch here, I can scratch there. And if I happen to have the perfect direction, my speed has to be perfect, because here I'm too thin, too thin, too thin, too thin, too thin, on the rail, perfect, straight, 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 straight. Okay? Now, the other alternative is the gap between the 8 and the corner. This gap is even smaller. You can't really come down this way. That's just never going to get on the 8 ball that way. Your speed would have to be like perfect. You can't risk going at the corner, so your direction has to be perfect. And again, look at too thin, too thin, too thin, too thin, too thin. Perfect, too full, too full, too full, too full. It's just very hard to control your angle. But if you come from this diagonal, now you're coming off the side rail. Now you have a huge target in terms of angle. It's, as you come this way, you have a much wider target. The other thing is you can target the side rail to where you can hit the rail and get off the rail, so you're not on the rail. And you have a huge, it just makes it, you have a much bigger target in terms of direction, and the rail slows you down, and so that you have a much bigger target in terms of speed. So if I try to shoot this shot, I can play confidently to hit that rail and get off of it. And now I've got an angle and I'm off the rail. Whereas if I try to come off the end rail, floating my ball up table, I don't know what type of angle I'm going to get.
What about this though?
So this is an end rail situation. So this is not my favorite. There's exceptions to every rule. This is still fine. This is actually a version of the shot we just shot. Remember we had that shot on the second diamond, cutting it down the rail? Out of my 8 move shots, this is actually my only move shot that goes end rail, directly end rail to end rail. Fortunately, we practice it. We know that center ball will take us to here. So I know I'm not in danger of scratching as long as I don't accidentally use inside. So I can still use that shot to move end rail from end rail. But one of the reasons I can do that is I don't need an angle on the 9. I don't have to worry about that angle. I just have to get on the 9. So I just made that look pretty nice. So that is the one core shot I have that moves from end rail to end rail. The other 7, so here's one of them, for example, where I would like to be. Let's say I had an angle on this. I could go second diamond to second diamond with high inside. Or I went a little bit far. That opened up, the angle opened up. And you know why? Is if you guys have the ability to, when you watch this video later, you can go back and zoom in. What happened is that cue ball was still spinning on the second rail and it opened up that angle. So on this table, I need to be a little flatter than that. But that's the right path right there. Now I can control my angle on the 9. So to answer your question, there's a lot of shots that you can move your cue ball from second diamond to second diamond. And when I like to move my cue ball up and down table, oftentimes, that's a path I like to use a lot.
I like it. Here's a good one from Ryan Kuntz. It's an 8-ball question. Head ball or second row?
Head ball. Yeah, so there's a few reasons people use second row. One is if you can't open up the balls and make a ball in the break because you're playing on some valley table and the balls aren't racking good and they're not spreading good and you just can't get it to open up. You can go to second ball as a backup because nothing else is working. The other thing would be, sometimes I've heard it where if you're playing a weaker player and they don't know how to deal with clusters and you do, it's like, well, I just don't want to break them all, spread them all open, and then not make a ball where they can run out. Let's make sure that they're clustered up so that if I make a ball, I'm sophisticated enough to run out and they aren't. I've heard all this stuff. Here's my thoughts on this. 1, rack the balls good and develop a good enough break that you can break head on effectively. And then 2, you shouldn't be thinking about letting your opponent to the table and hoping they don't run out. You should be thinking about maximizing your offense. Because in my opinion, let's suppose 2 players are playing. And one guy breaks and runs out 3 out of 10. And the other guy breaks and runs out 1 out of 10. Well, if the guy that breaks and runs out 1 out of 10 leaves messier tables for his opponent, yeah, I'd still rather bet on the guy that ran out. It's like if the other guy, or to be even more clear, let's just be really exaggerated. Let's say one guy, they play 5 racks each. Say one guy breaks and runs all 5 of his racks. And the other guy breaks and runs out 2 out of his 5 racks and leaves a mess 3 out of the 5. Well, now you're down 5-2 and you're playing out 3 messy racks with safety battles. It's like you have to win every one of those moving racks just to break even with the guy that's running out more. So I say maximize your run out. Just break, learn to break like I'm talking about, where you just spread the rack or make a ball, and then maximize your offense and maximize your winning percentages. Because maybe if you're playing weak enough players, you could just, slug break and try to outmove them. But if you start playing good players that move good and run out good and convert on their breaks, it's just not it doesn't scale anywhere.
Okay.
Unless you're playing by points and you need like 2 points to win, then you can go ahead and Corey duel them.
I do want to highlight this from Joe Schmidt. He says he's playing while he's listening to us. Started off slow, but just ran some racks rolling around, trying not to do all hold shots, but move shots. Amazing floating around. It's basically working. So
perfect.
That's amazing, Joe.
Good. Glad to hear.
Okay, let's see here. Well, I mean, we were trying to transition into the stage, Joe.
Yeah.
So let's do that.
Can we take 5 real quick?
Sure.
Or do you want to entertain the crowd? I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, cool. I need more monster. I get more monster.
Ah! So, well, Demetrius takes a small break.
Yeah, go ahead and run some reps.
I'm actually going to work on my spin wagon wheel. I just got done moving the spot off the table. And I know I need to bring back my Saturday night drills live stream and just start doing more stuff like this, like I did before. Let's try outside this time. We're gonna go this way. Last time I went that way. We're gonna try to go this way now. So like you said, 3 o'clock on the cue ball. Here we go. Maybe if I can ramp up a little bit more speed. You can see where you can actually kind of overdo it. We saw earlier where Demetrius hit like right about here, but after hitting the rail, he was still able to hit the ball. And this is the funny part, especially with Joe Schmidt's comment, because I feel like I play it kind of the same way, where I'm more comfortable with half ball hits and fuller, which means I'm getting hold angles. And now I need to start trying to make sure that I can get more comfortable with move angles. Quite. Well, at least I'm consistent. And I can honestly tell you, I'm not very comfortable shooting with this much spin either. Probably need to use a little bit more spin. Oh, I got there, just missed the shot. So now let's try to make the shot. tries. All right, so now reduce the amount of outside spin. That one was a little bit easier. This is just, I'm just barely on the right side of the vertical axis for this. Okay, now we're starting to go on the left side. Wait, why did I do that? I hit it. That's all that matters. That wasn't quite 9 o'clock, but now we're getting really over towards the 9 o'clock area. 3 o'clock here, 9 o'clock here. Ooh. There we go. So I need to practice that more often to where I can probably do every shot on the first try. All right, so hi everybody. Just wait for Demetrius to come back. Does anybody have any questions? Oh, look who walked back in.
For the safety of the viewing audience, we're switching to soda. We're going to limit our monster intake.
So Demetrius, I just want you to know we currently have over 100 people watching on YouTube and about 20 or so people watching on Facebook. So I want to thank everybody for being here. If you haven't done so already, please give the stream a thumbs up, whether you're on Facebook or YouTube. It really doesn't matter. If you're at least watching on Facebook, consider sharing this to your Facebook profile so that way your friends and family can get to know us, watch us struggle as we practice even here on live and go through all of the lessons and whatnot. And then, of course, maybe perhaps gain their interest in pool. And then, of course, maybe share it to your favorite pool groups as well. And, of course, if you're watching on YouTube, liking the stream helps me out in the YouTube algorithm so that way more people can discover the stream while we're still live, or at least also after the fact. Really would appreciate it. Oh, okay. Legend, you want to know that I'm a software developer? Which one do I do, front end or back end? Primarily right now I'm back end development, but I have done both front end and back end. So I've developed UIs before as well, but primarily a back end software developer. All right, Demi being back, I'm going to go ahead and at least turn the face cam off. I will answer this question. S3204, have I tried the move ball 6 inches in the bad way? Yes. But that was when I was in Minnesota. I believe it was you that I saw. You want me to try to do a video on it? I can gladly try to do that. I can do a demonstration of trying to do the 6 inches in the good way to show that the probability of me running out will probably be relatively high. Like Demetrius said, it's kind of like having ball in hand on every shot. And then I can clearly try doing another rack where I'm going 6 inches the wrong way. I can certainly give that a try. And then before we move on, this is from R.A. Houdini. He says, any thoughts on slip strokes for power draws or power follow shots?
Whatever works. Like, I think, so there's two different things people mean by slip stroke. One is when you're taking your warm-up strokes and you're a little choked up, and then in your final stroke, you slip your hand back and swing. The other one is kind of the toss and catch, where when you take your final stroke, you actually throw your cue and catch it. And I think that on some shots, I do throw my cue and catch it. And on some shots, I don't. I don't slip on the way back, but I do go ahead and throw my cue sometimes. I honestly don't know right now if I were to shoot a draw shot, if I do or not. So Chris, you'd have to tell me.
Okay.
Because I don't really care. I just try to make the ball. So you guys can watch my backhand. It's really awkward now, because I'll try not to think about it.
Here, hold on. Let me get on the end where, because that camera can't see.
Okay.
I can report.
Okay.
Okay. Judging where you started and where you ended, you toss your cue.
I toss my cue and catch it, yeah. So I do kind of toss and catch. You certainly don't have to, but if you do, I don't really think it matters. Now, one thing I do understand is my grip is a little loose. I'm not advocating my grip. I've got problems, but here's the problem. When your grip is too loose, then when you shoot, if you don't tighten up your bridge hand, it'll slide all over, or your grip hand. So people that have a loose grip, when they actually go to shoot, they have to tighten up a little bit. Otherwise, their hand will just slip over the cue.
Yep.
So people that use a real loose grip, it's not actually that loose when they're shooting. But other people, so I've actually heard it said that it's not good to be too loose, because then that means you're changing your grip tension in the middle of the swing. You know what though? Listen, different people, I'm just not a fundamental guy. In the end, I'm more focused on if you have good timing and you can deliver your cue. If so, I don't really care what your hand is doing during the shot.
Okay, and then I actually want to hear the answer to this one, and then we're going to move on to the safety drill. This is from X Factor. He says, you mentioned half ball hits a lot. He wants to know, how much do you consciously use fractional aiming, if you do, or how important is it?
So aiming systems are so fundamentals of aiming systems, I don't do any of that stuff. I only use the script. I never even think of half ball hits or 3/4 ball hits when I'm aiming. I just use those as a descriptor for people that are trying to understand the angles I'm talking about. But no, I strictly just put it in the hole. That's the only aiming system I use.
Okay.
This is a fun one. And your table reverse is good enough, Chris. This is like that shot where, the 3-rail on the side shot? Mm-hmm. This is like, you can do that. Like here, I've got a clear double kiss if I try to bank it cross side. But you can bank it long past the side and reverse it 2 rails. This is kind of fun. I bet you can anyway on this table. Oh, no. Fail. I just want to try it. I bet you can. It's kind of a fun shot when you're facing the double kiss angle on the bank.
There we go. Almost. It's going to come out.
I'd have to fiddle with that. It goes. That one goes. It's just tough. Okay. Should we talk about some safeties, Chris?
Yes. Can you actually provide some context? Because, if y'all watched yesterday's live stream, y'all know that I went to my 9-ball league, which is played on big table 9-ball. And on the drive home, this is what Demi had to say to me that we were basically going to work on today, was basically safety. So can you add a little context as to what you saw me do during the league? I did happen to win 8-6 in a race
with
to 8.
With a bank shot?
with a bank shot, so I was very thankful for that.
Nice.
But I do agree with Demi on, I tried to play some safeties. Some of them were basic safeties where I left my opponent bank shots, and it didn't matter because my opponent banked them in. But this is what our conversation was basically on the way home, and how we came out to wanting to do some safety drills. So,
yeah. So I think that when you're talking about like win rates, it's like you got to look at. I look at the game in 2 phases. The first phase, well, I should say the second phase, is converting on opportunities. So like if I had ball in hand and these 4 balls, and I had to run these out in order to win a game of 9-ball. this is like a scoring opportunity. I've got ball in hand. I've got my ideal shape on the one. I get the angle I want. I'm in a winning position, or I've got a winning opportunity. But now it comes down to how much of the time, what is my conversion percentage? Do I run these balls out 100%, 80%, 50%? What's my run-out rate? But then the other part of the game is getting these opportunities. Because this is not bowling or tennis. I don't know. It's not bowling or chess where you take turns. This is like one person can hog the table and bowl. And not everybody gets the same. You don't get equal opportunities. It's not like golf. So what happens is, how do you get spots where you get ball in hand or you get a dream shot on the one? So there's a skill set for generating opportunities. So the run out skill set is shot making, cue ball control, and pattern play. Pattern play is the planning, cue ball control is the executing the cue ball, shot making is executing the shots. So it's like shot making, cue ball control, and pattern play. That's your run out tool set. And that's a lot of what I work on. But none of that does you any good if you go play people where you never get to shoot and they just run every rack and you're just waiting for a chance and you never get to shoot. It's like, well, how good is your run out game? So then the first half of that is generating opportunities to score. And that comes from getting control of the table. And that comes from the break, the push, safeties, kicks, coming with hard shots, jumping. That's the moving game. That's how you get opportunities. You have to fight for opportunities, and then once you get them, you convert. Fight for opportunities, they convert. Fight for opportunities, they convert. So let's just suppose somebody, if I'm working with lower level students that play the 6-ball ghost and they only win 2 or 3 racks out of 10, I primarily focus on the run-out game because it's like, man, we can go from 2 or 3 out of 10 to 5 or 6 out of 10. That's a huge, monumental lift in their pool game. But with you might play the 6-ball ghost and win 8 or 9 out of 10. Well, we're not going to go to 12 out of 10. So like there's a diminishing returns on working on your run-out game. And watching you play, and especially what you did to me the other day, still a little shell-shocked, I'll admit. Your run-out game will get better, but it's going to get better. It's going to get better creepy crawling little millimeters at a time or inches at a time. It's not going to get better, in leaps and bounds. And your shot making is good. It might, if you play another, 10 years of hard pool, your shot making might get 5% better, but it's not going to get 20% better. Sure. Same with your cue ball and same with your patterns. I think the run-out game is starting to look to where the improvements we made are going from double-digit percentage improvements to like single-digit creepy crawls. So to make progress, now what I want you to do is, when you're playing a similarly skilled opponent, it's like who gets the most scoring opportunities? Because if out of 10 racks they get 7 scoring opportunities and you get 3, then if you're the same skill level, they're going to beat you 2-1. Not because they, and it's like, that's too big of a gap to close with run-out improvement. So the goal is generating opportunities. And when I watch Chris play, his run-out game is looking good. His patterns are good. His cue ball is good. We can always fine-tune a couple things here and there, but it's pretty good. Now I just need to get him scoring opportunities. When he was playing his moving game, it wasn't as good. His run-out game is really good. So now I just want to work on the moving game and make sure he's getting opportunities to use that. So that's all.
Okay. So what kind of safety drills do you have in mind?
So first, I want to go through a toolbox of some basic safeties. So we're going to go through a handful of 1-ball safeties and some 1 or 2-ball safeties that come up in 9-ball. So a big difference between 9-ball and 8-ball is that at 8-ball, when you're playing safe, you're defending against a different object ball. You're playing into a stripe and you're defending against a solid or the 8 or whatever. But in 9-ball, you're actually defending against the ball you're hitting. So in 8-ball, a lot of times you're just bumping a ball and getting behind it or something. But here a lot of times we're creating distance and we're moving the balls around. So here's our first safety. We're going to go through a handful of core safeties. Go ahead and play safe. This object ball is about half a diamond off the second, off the rail. Okay, can't complain about this. Pretty good. So I love the 9-ball. I mean, you can't argue with that, guys. So now I want to see a couple adjustments. I'm going to put this 9 a little closer to the rail.
Okay.
Go ahead, play safe now.
This is one I was struggling with.
Okay. Well, if you struggle like that, I want to take pills to keep me struggling. All right. Now, let's get a little further off the rail. Wow, worked out pretty well. Okay, well that's impressive. So here's a couple things. You did that really well.
Thank you.
I'm focused, guys, more on Chris than I am on you right now. Like now, I'm just working with Chris. This is maybe a little bit more, so maybe other people can learn from this, but I'm putting my priority on the guy in front of me right now. So yeah, you did really well. So a couple things that a lot of people do wrong on these types of safeties. A lot of people don't accelerate through. When they're tentative and they're kind of like safety and rolling balls around, they kind of let off in their swing.
And that ball will be right here.
And I've noticed last night when you were playing safeties, there was a few times when it was a little tentative and kind of like, you didn't completely decelerate, but you didn't really go through it. And it was a little, and you remember some of these shots where you're scraping the ball and they're not quite getting there. And it's like you're banking a ball trying to get behind something that kind of goes to the middle of the table instead of up table. It's just know that when people are under pressure and people are thinking about what they want and people are playing finesse safeties, they tend to decelerate. So just be aware that every shot, make sure you're hitting them. Okay. Yeah, you did great. So one big thing I think about is if I'm going 1 or 2 rails on these shots. When this ball's half a ball off the rail, I can thin this ball over and my cue ball can come 1, 2 down to the end rail. So I play this, I play it to go 2 rails to the end rail. The other thing is how thick am I hitting it? You were getting it either to the middle or a little bit on this side. Oftentimes I'll play this. So this is cool. If it goes to the middle of the end rail, it looks really, really good, right? Like look at how good it looks when you did this. If you get it to the middle of the end rail, it looks really good. But they do have bags.
Right.
And so Bo Runnigan, man, he's a funny guy. He's in LA now. He moved from Minnesota a long time ago.
That's Nate's coach.
Oh yeah, that's right. Anyway, he showed me that if you could cut this ball a little thinner, and you don't want to sell out, but if you get it to like here instead of over here, then a couple things. First of all, because you hit it thinner, the cue ball moves a little bit more. And secondly, if you can get it here with the cue ball here, sometimes you can really check me. Now you don't want to risk putting it here.
Right.
But look at this. So now I put it on the first and a half time. Now look at this lead, Chris. They don't even have a bank. Isn't this torture?
Well, hold on.
All right, go ahead. Show me the way. Show me the way.
Just because.
I challenge you. You showed me.
I was going for the 4-railer.
I made that shot on Ralph Souquet to win the banks. Win a banks match. It was end rail to end rail.
Yeah.
I hit it I literally hit it as hard as I could, and the ball went 4 rails and trickled over the lip, and I went anyway. Yeah. Okay. So, but everybody watching, this is like, because if you leave them here, it's tough. But if you leave this ball like on the rail here, it's like really, really. There's really very little they can do from there. So anyway, I want you to try that a couple times. This is fun. Go ahead. Chip that ball on down to here. A little bit thinner. Make sure you give it that little acceleration and nudge it to the end rail. Okay. Not a problem. Just a little too thin. That's okay. Most people will hit it too thick, so that's good. We're just playing, guys. We're just playing it. We're tinkering right now, guys. We're tinkering. Yeah. Now look at this, Chris. Oh, baby.
Yeah.
Isn't that just sick?
Okay. I'll have to try to remember that.
Ooh.
Let me try it again.
Yeah. You try it all day. I'll let you shoot from there all day long. That's the nuts right there. Except for the kiss. Look out for the kiss. You gotta cheat the pocket. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So this, in all seriousness, guys, that's like what we're doing is we're going from a one-dimensional thinking, which is trying to get to 9 on the end rail and hope to leave them tough, and we're starting to like really understand the shot. As this ball gets thinner, as this ball gets closer to the rail, we have to hit it thinner and thinner to get it to the end rail, which means our cue ball goes further. This one, I can't hit it thin enough to get it to here. It's just too thin to get it to here. Now it's going to come to the middle. So that's the best I can do when it's on the rail. Yep. And then as that ball comes further off the rail, now there comes a point, Chris, where we run into a problem that I saw. You managed to do this here, which I was kind of surprised you were able to do this. You were able to get the 9 to here and get the cue ball to the end rail. As this ball comes off this rail a lot, it's hard to get the cue ball 2 rails to the end rail without moving the 9 too far. Go ahead and try this again. I'm curious how you were even able to do that, because it was a little tricky. It's like
For me, all I can describe is if anybody uses a measuring system to bank, which I do, I can measure to bank here if I want to be aggressive, but then all I'm doing is measuring to go to a very specific target.
It's not the 9 ball aim I'm worried about. It's about if you move the 9 ball that distance, it's hard to get the cue ball to go 2 rails up table. But so that's the way I like it. Right. So what you did differently last time you played it here.
Okay.
So what I think is, sometimes I go 1 rail, sometimes I go 2. So my thinking is, as this ball comes out like a full diamond off the rail, and again, I don't think about this in a game, but if it seems like it's going to be hard to get the cue ball to go 2 rails, like at this thickness of hit to get the 9 here, it's not a half ball hit, but it's like, boy, it's hard to get my cue ball to move far enough. So then there's times when you just play it 1 rail out, and actually a half ball hit does move both balls the same speed. And so you can, on split shots, you can actually just use right spin on this, a half ball hit, and you can play both balls kind of come off the rail the same speed. And that's kind of what you just did.
Yep.
I was fiddling around with it a little bit and talking. So yeah, this is what you did this time is instead of trying to get the cue ball to go 2 rails, this is too thick to really get the cue ball to go 2 rails. So now we just go 1 rail. And I caught that a little thick, but I mean, again, totally fine. Okay.
If I remember correctly, then I think I'm trying to remember exactly what you asked about. I think it was something to this effect. You were talking about 2 rails.
Yeah, and you can do it. It's
like
just
that.
Yeah, you see, it's hard to get the cue ball to the end rail that way.
Right.
Now you did it, and you actually laid it down really well. But I find like on that shot, I think it's easier to go 1 rail.
Sure.
So my point is, there's the question I tend to ask myself when I'm playing these types of split safeties is, if I feel like I'm hitting the 9 thick enough to where it's going to be hard to get my cue ball to move, then I look to go 1 rail. If I feel like it's thin and it's going to be my cue ball is going to be hot, then I play 2 rails.
Gotcha.
That's kind of my feel thing. Yeah.
Gotcha.
The other thing is, obviously, here's where it was our default. If you're lower than the ball, you have to cut it thinner. So this plays like the 2 rails, like kind of like when it was frozen. This is like thin because it's back cutting it a little bit. And on the other hand, if you're all above the ball, like this, here's our default. Now I'm a little bit above the ball. Similarly to when this ball was further off the rail, it's going to be really hard for me to create movement with a cue ball. And this came up several times as we get into it. This came up a lot of times. I'll show you in just a second, but the point being, it's better to play 1 rail here because I'm going to have a hard time getting the cue ball to zigzag. It's not going to have that much speed left.
Right.
This came up a number of times when you had shots where the ball was like on the rail, you were too thin to cut it in, the bank was too tough to go for. But notice that when you're this far above the ball, if you chip this ball, like they say, like I'm here, it was just a little bit too tough to cut maybe. But if I bank this to here, my cue ball's just not having enough movement.
Right.
And this came up like 3 times last night in that match. And it's not always bad. Like what you did isn't terrible, especially when you had like balls here to get behind. But here, if you chip this ball to the end rail, you're just not really going to be able to move the cue ball up table that far.
Yep. And that's what I would do. Is
Yeah,
that.
and that's what you did. Sometimes if there's balls to get behind, that's okay. Sometimes it's just not going to create enough movement, and we got to go to something else. But okay. Anything else about this one rail shot? No, that's fine. That's fine. This is a very baseline shot. So
Half ball hit safety, folks.
yeah. Here's another one ball maneuver. This one, we just chip it to here. You know, people sometimes want to zigzag the 9. It's very unpredictable, very difficult to control. So instead, I just cut this one rail to the end rail. And I let my cue ball drift to the end rail, and something like that.
Like that.
It's a soft roll, but it's accelerating. It's a thin hit with a soft roll. It's like, yeah, from the spot to kind of the third diamond. This is like my baseline.
Am I going here or here, or does it matter?
Yeah, I'm coming to here, and you don't need a lot of left spin. It's supposed to a rolling ball with just a hair of outside. It's mostly just a thin, soft, thin, but then accelerated to the end rail. And it's very easy to just not
do that.
It is. Yeah, it's a tough. That's why we practice. That's fine. That's why we practice. So that you let off on that one.
I did.
And I'm telling you, I'm pointing it out not to pick on you because I want you to do it here. I'm glad you're letting off here because then you won't let off in your matches. Okay, that's pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah, one more. Yeah, it's pretty good right there.
Okay.
Good.
I'll remember that one.
So that comes up in a lot of variations. So now our next shot is this one.
Well, as I said, I would leave. My safety wouldn't be as good as this, but it'd be a bank shot, and my opponent would bank it in, so it almost didn't matter.
Well, okay, so let's just talk safety theory for a minute here.
And I'm already going to like this discussion.
So I think about equity. I was a poker player at one point. I played a little poker, and we talk about like percentages, like what's our equity. So if I'm in a spot, I kind of wanted to leave these here, but whatever. I'll read it toward back. When I'm in this spot, we got to ask ourselves, what percentage of the games from here do we expect we could win with good play? Well, we can't bank the ball cross side. So if I go offense, if I try to cut this ball in the corner, I mean, I'm like 10% to make that cut. And then out of the 90% of the time I miss, maybe I get lucky and my opponent misses once in a while. Maybe I win 10, maybe I win another 10. So maybe I win 20%. 1 out of 10 I make the shot, 1 out of 10 I miss and get away with it, and 8 out of 10 he ends up winning. Okay, so I'm 20% if I go for the shot in the corner. And if I bank this ball across corner, then maybe I'm like 10% to bank it cross corner. Now, if you do the Josh Spiller and you bank it cross corner where you bank it short, then maybe it can go to the end rail. But realistically, I'm like 10% to make it, but maybe I'm going to leave them a little tougher. Maybe I'm 20% to win if I miss. So like maybe I'm going to win 30%. Okay. So what if I play the safety we just played? Okay. Well, what's my opponent going to do? By the way, it's pretty good cue ball. If you can weld them like that, it's pretty good. So what are they going to do? Like they're going to back cut, bank it, or bank it over here? I mean, what are they going to do? What do you suppose their win rate is from here? Like they're going to win some of the games. Sure. But I would think that I'm probably winning 75% from here. I think that if they go for this bank shot, they're probably like, they're not 20%. Maybe they're over 10%, maybe they're 15. Let's be generous and say they can make this 1 in 5. I think I'm being generous under pressure with one shot in. So let's say they're 20% to make it. And let's say they play it to where if they miss it, some of the time they're going to get away with it. And maybe they win another 10 or 20%. They might be 30% from here, guys. They might be like 16% to make it and 14% to get away with a miss. They're probably 30% from here, which means I'm 70. So if we compare cutting this to the corner, I was 20% to win. Banking it cross corner, I was 30% to win. Playing this safe, I'm 70% to win. Now the way to play it from here, by the way, a lot of times is you bank this ball short, so it goes back to the side rail sometimes. So if you miss it, it goes to the side rail. And now in this case, I happen to leave a shot at the side. If that ball had stopped here, at least you make them earn it. So anyway, there's things they can do. But in this case, I win. That was one of the 70%.
Right.
So then here's how I look at this. I'm happy with 70%. So if I play that safety and they bank it and it goes in, okay, that's one of your 3. You get 3, I get 7. I don't expect 10. I'm happy with 7. So if they get one of their 3, I just pay the guy.
Nope, absolutely. Absolutely, I agree. I talk about that all the time, to where making your opponent earn the victory is an easier pill to swallow for your loss, because losses suck, period, than going for your 10% or 20% and just selling out the rack.
Right.
Because you just give them an easy shot.
So the point, though, is getting back to your question about, well, I left them a bank, so do I need to play tighter safeties? It's like, no, the goal is not to get to safeties that are 99% equity. The goal is to maximize the equity that you have available. And so there's times, okay, like let's just be really theoretical for a minute. If I had a safety like this, okay, where I could stick them on the back of the 9, pretty easy. Okay, maybe I wouldn't want to put the ball right there, but okay. The point is, let's just say I put the 8 ball here. This is a pretty good safety. Now, if I had that same opportunity, and let's say I leaked the cue ball and I didn't get the hook, and I ended up leaving it a bank instead, now I would look at this bank on the 8 and say, man, they're like 30% to make this. Like, we just let them, they went from like 5% to like 30%.
Sure.
So here, leaving a bank is like, I kind of gave away way more than I had to. On the other hand, this isn't the right shot, by the way, but let's just suppose that the 8 ball was here and the cue ball was wedged. Let's just say you're here. What do you suppose your equity is from here? What are your chances of winning the game from here? I feel like I'm a severe underdog from here. I'm probably like 20% to win from here, maybe 25. Like, it's pretty bad. And if I was somehow able to come with the best shot of my life and go razor thin and chip the 8 ball and come up table and move the 8 to here and leave them the exact same shot, now I feel like that was the best shot I've ever hit. So the same shot that last turn was like, I feel like I sold out, and this turn I feel like a hero. Well, it's because last time I felt like I had 95% equity, and because I hit it bad, I'm down to 70. This time I thought I had 25% equity, I hit it good to get up to 70. So the whole point is leaving a bank. Is leaving a bank bad? It's like, well, if you're in a bad spot, sometimes leaving a bank, you feel like I'm a hero for at least giving myself a chance. Other times you feel like I had more available and I really didn't get the most out of it. And so I don't really think about like, I left him a bank and he made it, so I need to play tighter safeties. I think about more like what was available and did we extract the max. That's all.
Nope, I agree.
Okay. So we did another one. So now let's go to safety 3. I'm going to put this ball like half a diamond off the middle of the end rail. And this is the one where we just leg it straight up table.
I hate these.
So the problems that people have is they're afraid of double kissing the ball, or they're just used to back cutting, but they tend to back cut the 8 and bank it in front of this corner.
Yep.
So what we want to do is we want to aim this ball straight into the rail. So here's when we practice it. Here's the center of the table line. I don't want my 8 ball on this side of the table.
Okay.
We want to aim it straight into the rail.
My problem is I always tend to leave the cue ball 3/4 of the way down.
Now it came up the middle. It did cross the middle line. And notice it didn't work. Not the best, right?
Right.
So let me try one more. Maybe it was a little double kissy. And also there's one other. I'm going to move it in just a ball width to give it a little bit. It's a little bit easier as the ball gets moved over that way a little bit. Because now it'll be easier to hold it up the middle line. I want to make sure there's no kiss. I did have a kiss. All right. That's why I teach for a living, guys. If I had to play this game for a living, I'd be broke. I understand. And now on this table, you look like you just cut at it. You know, it's an 8 foot, some of these shots, but we're playing the moves anyway because That's better. And the cool part about this shot, by the way, watch this.
Answer back.
It goes back and forth. You can do the same thing back to me. Nice shot. Nice shot. Hang on, let's see if I can return it.
We're playing Pong now.
First person to get it on the rail, so you got a double kiss wins. Huzzah! Now you can't do it anymore. You're gonna have to do something else now.
I'm still gonna try.
It's your money. I'm just kidding.
Exactly. Except, man, that's not gonna work. So I'll lose my two ball.
This is a tough spot.
I think at this point I would default to this now. Let me see if I can do it.
Oh, look at this. That's a good shot. That's a great shot. All right, let's play this one out. Now you got me engaged. Let's play this one out. Of course, this is a reasonable bank.
Yes.
I'd probably have to bank at this, but if not, maybe I used a shot that we worked on a minute ago. It's quite a bit thinner. Yeah, I didn't hit it very well. I wouldn't. That's a little late and a little tough to do that. It was so thin. Before we shot it from here, now I was trying to shoot it from this angle. It was just too thin to do that one rail.
Oh, it doesn't matter because I sell out from there.
You got me. Okay, so that's our third safety, is that one rail. What I want to talk about with that one rail is that when the ball's in the very middle of the table, like this, this is probably the toughest you can play it. Here you can still play it to come straight up table. This is still good. As it comes over this way more, now it's too tough because it's too risky because there's a tendency it's going to go in front of the corner. On the other hand, if you move everything over this way like this, it actually gets easier and easier because now you can back cut it a little bit, and it's a lot easier to not end up back cutting this in front of the pocket. It's just more natural to have it like double kiss it still, but you know what I mean. So
yep.
So like, and even there's a very, like, even if it comes up like here, here's a spot where it could come up where as long as there's no scratch, this might be a little scratchy. You know, yeah, it's still a little scratchy. But anyway, the point is, as that ball goes over near that pocket, it actually makes that shot play a little easier. Okay.
Okay.
So whatever. So these are just moves. We're just going through some one ball maneuvers, and then we're going to get into like multiple ball maneuvers, and then we're going to start looking at actual gameplay because these are the shots that come up. Let's talk about that bank shot. This is that bank shot where you miss it short and it goes to the side rail.
Mm-hmm.
You just play it. The key to this is you just play it not to hang. You play it to where if it misses, it gets off the bottom rail. If it goes in, it goes in. So guys, if I go all in on this bank, I'm probably like 25% to make it. But if I play with this diamond, between a diamond and the corner, I'm very high percentage hit between the diamond and the corner. And what you're going to find is I'm still going to make it as often by accident is what I'm trying.
Mm-hmm.
The difference is, out of the times I miss, 60%, the other 80% of the time, so 3 out of 4 of those times, the ball's going to lay on the rail. Once in a while, it sits in front of the side. So they're going to get an easy shot 1 in 5 on me here. That one's, I just...
Now you can't miss.
Okay. I believe I can miss. I believe I can miss. here I missed it short, and 1 in 5 times it's going to sit right in front of the side for you. And then I look like a fool, right? I got to pay you off. Like, oh, I missed. That's okay. Because the other times I either make it or it stops on the rail. And if it stops on the rail, it's not necessarily unmakeable, but it's a tough shot, right? Okay, try that a few times. Sometimes it stops here, sometimes it comes over to here. You know, but basically you're just baking it. So give it a chance to where if it misses, you're trying to miss it short side.
That.
And you don't need outside spin on this one. I mean, a little bit of gearing if you like it, but you don't really want to move the cue ball too much. So letting it roll a center actually lets it kill a little bit. Yep. Now again, look at this leave. Is it unmakeable? Not at all. But it's not. They're not 100% to make this. Here, they might be 75%.
Okay.
On a 9-foot table, they might, depending on their level, you know, whatever. On a 9-foot table, they might be less. Okay. A little bit more. You see the pocket speed? I think you got to give it a little bit more oomph.
Okay.
We want to get it off that rail just a little bit more. So make sure you're adding through. You don't have to really swing faster or hit. You just have to go through it a little bit more than that. Yeah, that's getting there. So, yep. What I like to do, and I know you're trying to play it short.
Yep.
I get it. So that's why it's coming so short, but that's okay. So like what I try to do is like I get my speed to where it's going towards the corner, going at the corner, going at the corner, and then I make sure I nudge it off the second rail, nudge it off the second rail as I kind of look my follow through. That's a good speed. That's a good speed right there. Pretty tough leave.
I can live with that.
Now,
I like to get it on the rail, though.
So, okay, I'm going to move the cue ball a little in so that you cut it ever so a little more. Go ahead and cut it just a little more now and let it come a little closer to that corner. If it goes in, it goes in. But we just want to get a little closer to the corner. And it'll get a little closer to the rail. That's fine. If it goes in, but look at the speed it's rolling.
Right.
So you gotta accelerate through safeties. Yeah, you don't need harder. You just need a little bit more through. You don't need to swing harder. You just let's move it in. You didn't need to swing it harder. You just needed to swing it longer. Like that, yep. Let me hit 3 more, then you hit 3 more. And that would have been okay. It would have been, I mean, it's getting there, but yeah, it doesn't quite look right. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
1 in 5?
Uh-oh. Nope. That's a pretty good lead, right?
Yeah.
Now, it almost sold out, but that's like saying I almost didn't win. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, I made it. Okay. Oh, that's my 1 in 5. All right, that's my 1 in 5. Bummer. Okay. But those, I like the timing of those swings and the speed was in the right range, and yeah. Okay, that one went in, no problem. Like I said, it's funny, my make percentage doesn't go down when I don't try to pocket the ball. It's just like, it's the same as if I was trying to make it. think a little bit longer swing. I think you're a little cramped. Like your swings, I think you want to use a long flowing swing on these, and then you don't have to hit them hard, and they'll really move.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd use a nice, long, smooth, soft screw. Still coming a little weak. That's not going to crisp off the second rail. That's the right speed.
Yeah, but I'm not getting anywhere near the rail.
Well, that's fine, but that's the right speed.
Again, that's so out.
That's why we're practicing, man. My students will come and train with me and they'll get frustrated because they're not good at a shot. I'm like, if only. Pretty good there. I'll say they'll get frustrated because they're bad at a shot. I'm like, if only there was a place you could go to where you went and worked on stuff like this. I'm like, oh wait, you're here with me. That's right. That's what we're doing. Pretty good.
Finally.
Pretty good. Isn't that nice? That's
Yeah.
a great leave. So, you know what's funny is, well, this is a great story. It relates to, mental games. Sometimes I'll be practicing something. Well, I'll find an area of my game that I'm kind of like not real satisfied with. So then I'll work on it and I'll be practicing it. And as I'm practicing it, I'm struggling. And I'm like, man, I'll start getting critical of myself. Like, I'm not very good at this. Like and it's like, what? Like, I'm not very good at this. Like, what? I should work on it? Well, what am I doing? I'm literally working on it. And as I'm working on it, I'm like, this isn't good enough. You need to work on this. I'm like, I'm doing it now.
Right.
I feel like I noticed that the grass is too long when I'm a kid, and I'm mowing the lawn, and my dad's like, the grass needs to be mowed. I'm like, I'm literally mowing the grass now. Why would you tell me that the grass needs to be mowed? But here I am practicing a shot because I'm bad at this shot. So here I am working on it. And as I'm working on it, I'm chiding myself that I need to get better at this. I'm like, I'm doing it. I'm working on it.
Right.
Keep working on it. Isn't that funny? Like, we're working on it. No reason to get mad at yourself. We're working on it right now. I'm already mowing the lawn, Dad. That's it. Pretty good. Not a total sellout. They have to at least earn it with a shot, right? So the reason we do these is a lot of times safeties, it's not just about knowing the safety. It's about kind of hitting it enough times to kind of know the feel and kind of like. Yeah, I mean, starting to get there. A couple more. There's something about the hit. I want you to get a little bit further, a little bit longer. Just same swing, just go make sure you're adding a nudge through the cue ball. Like that started feeling really crisp. You feel the difference?
Yes.
That's what I'm looking for. And it's just amazing. I don't know what, but when people play safeties, they tend to kind of get like, they don't necessarily decelerate, but they tend to drift through the cue ball instead of going through the cue ball with that acceleration. And it just, there. So I always play the cue ball. I play my speed a little weak, and then I always budget to have that little extra through. That's that little crisp. Like that. Like that's money. That's money.
Okay.
Hey, Chris, give me some knuckles, bro.
Okay.
Bam.
I hit that a few more times.
Yeah, so
Well,
guys,
not tonight, but I'm gonna do it one more.
Guys, this is what I do. I train pool in Minnesota. Check out my website, mnpoolbootcamp.com. If you guys want to learn this game and play it, come on up to Minnesota for 3 days. I'll put you up at my house. I'll feed you. All you need to do is bring your cue, and a will to win. Warning, I'm a little crazy. So what you see right here with me and Chris, what you see is what you get. Yeah, you see that little snap through the cue ball?
Got it. Okay. Well, at least I understand it and I know how to work on it now.
Yeah, 100%. All right, now I just jack up and this ball in. Okay. I gotta have a cool shot for the audience.
Okay, so that's one ball safety.
Oh, okay, yeah. So let's see. We've done a few good ones. We've done the one rail. We've done the bank short. There's a couple other safeties we need to talk about. You already did the split safety really, really well. Let's talk about. We're gonna get some two rail safeties going. Some two ball safeties. let's talk about some 2-ball safeties.
Okay.
So just those few maneuvers we just did are pretty common. So now, and there's others that we can go through, but I'm just trying to simplify. So there's a few 2-ball safeties I like to talk about. The first is something like this, where there's just no way that I'm going to try to make this 8 and get on the 9. So here, I basically just play it cross corner, but I overcut the bank.
Yep.
And let the 8 dribble to the second rail.
Is there anything wrong with playing the 2-way and expecting that as a backup? Or do you purposely just play for the safe?
It depends on how easy the shot is. Like from here, if I looked at it from and frozen on the end rail, like there, like if I thought about my percentages of making this and getting out, I'm thinking pretty much so this is a great question. So here's what I would say. Hang on, let me ask you a question. So if I were to ask myself, what do you think your make percentage is to make this ball?
It's still low.
No, that's fair. No, I'm not critical. I'm just asking. Like, what do you think your make percentage is? Plus, there's almost a double kiss if you hit it that thing. But let's just say there's no kiss. I would say you're like 15%, like 1 in 6.
I was like 10.
Okay, let's say 10%. So then, if you're 10% to make it, and let's say of the times you miss, sometimes you miss good, and where it comes here, and sometimes you miss bad, where it hangs up. Or it hits the point and dies in front of the hole, or it banks long and sits in front of the hole. So let's say out of the times you miss, the 9 times you miss, 6 times it works out where you leave them tough. So now you got 1 time you made it, 6 times you leave it tough, and 3 times you sell out. Versus if you play to overcut the bank, maybe you're like 9 out of 10 times you leave them tough. To me, that 1 in 10 times, and even if you make it, there's no guarantee you got a 9. So that 1 in 10 times that I run the 2 balls, chasing that 1 in 10, I might lose the 8 ball 3 out of 10 times. So there's a question is, does the gain in offense justify the loss in defense? And it's a very good question of when to go for a 2-way shot. When I think about 2-way shots, it's there, if I can pick up a lot of percentage on my offense and not give up a lot on my defense, I'll go for it. But if I'm giving up a lot of defense to gain a Hail Mary on the offense, I just want to max out my defense. So this shot here for me, I just max out my defense. Pretty good. Just a little thicker. Actually, a little thicker. It's not so easy from the rail either.
Oh, that's there.
Pretty good right there. Yeah, pretty nice.
Okay.
One more. That's great. Yeah, you can hit these a little thicker than people might think at first. And hey, we see that one.
I was just curious about it, and I wanted to see this. There's my 1 in 10, and I didn't even really get
Yeah,
shaky.
you can make that. I've seen you play. I could see that ball to you. I wouldn't even make you shoot it. Yeah, that's perfect in my opinion. Yeah. So,
Okay.
and you know, we're also just talking about the feel of the shot and understanding what your options are. There's a million variations on these shots that will come up, and I'll show you some of them. So here's the other one. Here's the 8 ball's a little bit too high to do what we just did. If we try to cut it, there's a double kiss if we try to zigzag this ball. So now we shoot straight through it and 4 rail the 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, back to the 9. Cue ball just kind of drifts into the kitchen. This takes good timing with a little through the cue ball. A little bit of a snap on this shot. Now, what happened there is I cut it.
Making it.
I hit it on the left side, and that cut the ball long. what makes this hard is if you cut the ball long, it goes in front of the corner, and if you hit it on the right side, it double kisses or goes cross corner, and you don't have a shot. So you have to hit this ball straight, and I didn't. I cut it on the left-hand side of center. So I got to really. Same story. Notice that I'm cutting it too much.
You made it.
Well.
So let me ask you this though, because we understand the type of safety that you're trying to play under the given condition.
Yep.
So let's modify the conditions. It's a race to 9, and you're up 8-0. Are you going to do anything different? All right. The exception to every rule, like. When you decide to go for it, when you have a commanding lead versus it's hill, and you're most likely going to play the defensive shot, or
I think that there's a time and place where if I'm completely even money on whether or not it's right to go for the shot of the safety, there might be a time and place where I would contemplate the score or the skill of my opponent or how I feel. But in general, I'm going to play what I think is the right shot.
Okay.
So I've been hitting this. I'm going to see something here because it could be that your table bank's a little different. So I'm going to find out if it's me or the table. I'm going to move the cue ball off the rail so I can make a nice, accurate square hit. Because then if the shot doesn't work, I know it's not a me thing. But no, the shot works really good if you hit it square. See that? That'll work just fine. The problem was I wasn't hitting it that accurately from the rail because this is where it comes up. So it comes up when this ball's like near the rail and you're near the rail. And you just have to hit it square and firm from the rail, so it's not easy. Now the other thing is that cue ball almost scratched. If this ball is on the rail, the cue ball will dipsy-do follow it down the rail. So you don't want to shoot the shot. I thought that the 8-ball wasn't frozen, but it was close to frozen. So if it's frozen or close to frozen, you get scratched. I thought it was far enough off the rail. Once the ball's a couple inches off the rail, that can't happen. You'll see the cue ball won't do that same maneuver now. See how my cue ball did not come near the corner that time?
Right.
Yeah, so that's a better shot. Okay. Took me a little while to kind of get the feel of that shot. In the game, you don't get a little while, so try to do better than that. I'm going to move you a little bit more angle. So if you're too far this way, the 8's going to go real long, and if you're too far this way, the 8's going to go cross corner. So this is kind of the angle we need. That one didn't quite have the acceleration through the cue ball. That one kind of drifted through the cue ball. So now we got to give it a little bit through. A little bit more oomph. It's hard to do from near the rail, I get it. Yep. If you hit on the right of center, that'll happen. If you hit on the left of center, it'll do what I was doing and go 3 rails in front of the corner. Tough shot, but we're just practicing the idea. We'll see variations. That's perfect. Now, did it have enough oomph?
Not quite. All right.
Your rails are just a little bit, it's a little bit tough. It's always a tough shot, but with a little bit. That's pretty good. Yeah, pretty good. One more. Oops. Pretty good. Pretty good. So what we're going to learn is different tables have different spots where you play this. So on a diamond table, this is a diamond table. It tends to bank short. So playing it from this angle can work. On a gold crown, even if you hit straight, this ball lengthens and go 3 rails in front of the corner. So on a gold crown, it works better from like this angle here.
Okay.
And so anyway, you'll just kind of develop, depending on how the 3 rails play, it's always a little different. When we get into safeties, with more than 2 balls on the table, we're going to see all these shots come up, and we'll see that there's variations on all these shots. So 2 more. This one is one that I've really come to enjoy. The 8 ball's not frozen. Actually, I'm going to put this on the other end of the table. I'll put the 9 on the spot, the 8 ball on the first diamond, not quite frozen, and then the cue ball's on the spot up here. And so this shot here, I can't one rail the 8 back here. There's a double kiss because it's so close to the rail. And I wouldn't want to go rail first at this ball. It's not frozen and it's pretty tough. A lot of people would try to do that split shot, but it's bunty at table length, soft rolling balls at table length. So there's a really cool shot here where you 2 rail the 8 ball up table, and then you use rolling inside. The roll overspin kind of checks it, and then the inside checks it, so you can really kill the cue ball while playing it kind of a smooth medium. So you're 2 railing the 8 ball up table. And I didn't hit that the best. I got it there. I'm gonna do one more.
With the potential hook behind the 9?
I mean, it's nice when that happens. Of course, you can't play the 9 ball, so you're really playing the 8 ball to stay at the table. But yeah, it's really cool when it snugs. Now that one looks better. I don't like that one as much. Mm-hmm. I didn't accelerate through it, and I didn't get my 8 to the end rail, which means had I not gotten the hook, I would have lost. And so even though it looks like, oh, that's so cool, it's like, yeah, no, I got lucky. You're really supposed to play the 8 ball, not the cue ball. The cue ball is supposed to be a bonus. That's better. I got my cue through the cue ball a little bit better. I played the 8 ball safe. I didn't get the hook, but okay. Go ahead. I think you could hit it better than that. I will say I don't think I was really accelerating through with the right timing. I feel like I could do better than that, but it's a fun shot. I like this.
Not enough cut?
Yeah, a little more cut. Not bad. First try, not bad. Still left it tough. It curves in with that inside, That worked. Ah.
Okay.
And then even a tiny bit more cut's okay, but I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. That's just the thickest you can hit it, but yeah, that's totally good.
Trying to hit it thinner. It seems like my inside speed is killing the bank.
Well, it's curving into it a little bit too. So it's both. It's both. Now we're talking.
Okay.
Sweet. Do that again. The shot feels good when you hit it, man. It's funny because you're hitting it almost like a half ball hit. But then the 8 ball is rolling a long ways and the cue ball's dying. Nothing wrong with that, Chris. Isn't that a cool shot?
Okay.
Okay, let me hit one more of those. I didn't like how I was hitting mine. It just feels sturdy. When I don't accelerate through the cue ball.
It's not frozen, right?
Not frozen. When I don't accelerate through the cue ball, I feel dirty. That time I got through the cue ball.
Nice.
Okay, so these shots, I'm so excited to show you the variations on these shots, but patience, I gotta be patient. Okay, the last one is one everyone's, now we do, there's actually two more. One is just thinning a ball, thinning the edge of a ball. That's actually a one ball safety, where we can just talk about like thinning a ball, but I think we all ought, I'm training you. Let's just assume that we understand that sometimes when you're playing safe, you can just edge a ball. You go tail. Okay, so that's so self-explanatory. Now, I'm not saying it doesn't take practice. I practice that, but we're not going to practice that right now. We're going to talk about move safeties where we're moving the balls. So here's one. Let's talk about, I'm actually going to bring more than one ball up for this. I'm going to bring 3 balls. 7, 8. This is a real common safety where we're skimming off a ball and going multiple rails. So behind a target. So we're going to do a couple of targets. A real standard target. Let's put blockers out here so that if we can get our cue ball down to here and the 7 ball over to here, we got a good safety. The problem is we don't want to smack into the 9. In fact, maybe I should even edge these balls up a little bit. So because our goal on this shot should be like second to the first diamond, kind of somewhere in here.
Okay.
We're playing to chip the 7 to the side rail. So the speed matters. If we hit the 7 thick, it can actually bank 2 rails and run into the 9 or come out. And if we hit it too thin, it could chip and kind of like, I don't know. This the right move, it should kind of park by the second diamond. So it's thinner than half ball because we're moving a long ways. Something like that. That's fine.
Okay.
Nothing fancy. I'm just middle of the table. Yeah, that's fine. Good shot. All right.
Jump shot.
Yeah, go ahead. I don't care. Let them take directly. Okay, now, then what we're going to talk about is when the balls are a little lower, like this, well, we can no longer come 2 rails directly behind it without, we're either going to scratch or hit the 9.
Gotta come 3.
Yeah, now we got to come off the head rail, or the foot rail in this case. So what I like to do is, this sounds really silly, but it's a little bit less comfortable for me to follow this route. So I like to feel the path to the corner. Like if I wanted to go 2 rails and scratch, I try to feel like what would be 2 rails and scratching, and then I just play it a little thinner.
Very nice. Good cow.
So I feel and I was shooting it from, to be fair, I was shooting it from the middle of the table,
Oh.
so you're not quite as difficult of an accurate hit. I feel my way to the corner, and then I edge it a little thinner. Yep, and what's really nice is you actually added a little bit of oomph. Now, this one's a tougher shot. Thinner hits are less consistent, so as we get thinner, it's a little bit trickier to control. And notice that this one really takes some oomph because we're going off that 3rd rail. Good direction, just got to make sure you get through it. Play your cue speed. When you shoot the shot, your cue speed should get you right there, and then when you shoot, nudge it give it that last 18 inches of nudge. So play the lay on the 3rd rail, lay on the 3rd rail, lay on the 3rd rail, and then as you go through the cue ball, nudge it.
Okay.
Watch my hit once. Watch my timing of my swing. I don't. It's not the shot. It's just the timing. Not that you're hitting it bad. I just want you to see it. I might have overhit mine. Doesn't mean I sold out. It just means I overhit it. But I just wanted you to see how I kind of went through it a little bit.
Okay.
I got away with it. Yeah. There we go. There we go. Nestling on up there. Mickey Mouse, and that's what we call it. When the cue ball's locked up against the two balls. Nice, nice, nice. Now, that was the perfect hit. It didn't risk cramming into him or anything crazy, but you got it there. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
So now they got to do some weird 3-rail. Oh, we just talked about thinning balls. all right. Yeah, I mean. So those are some standard safeties. There's a few others, but those are like right there with just those tools. Those are some pretty standard maneuvers. There's a lot of cool variations that they come up in, and I just want to show one because I love it so much.
Okay.
Say the 9's in the rack area and the 8's like here. So I used to not know what to do here. Say the 7 ball, it's like near the rail where you can't come off the right side of the 7 without scratching. You can't really bank the 7. And if you go off the left side of the 7 to try to play your cue ball this way, it's not bad. The problem is, maybe that's okay. Maybe that's okay in this chance, but in order to get, it's like you're really losing the 7 ball. You're really losing the 7 ball. So I could maybe play the shot we just played. But it's a little bit dicey because you're kind of bringing the 7 out and it's hard to lock them. So you know what shot I like to use? And then now it's going to fail, right? I know I built it up and now it's not going to work. But I've actually liked the 2-railing the 7 ball and using inside to just let the cue ball kill with the back cut. Same shot. That type of shot's been very good to me. Now, if I leave some kind of gap and you can cut that in, well, I'll take my chances. But
Sure.
Anyway, there's some cool variations on these shots that come up. And I actually had one that come up the other day on you, and I ended up losing with it. So, but here's a variation of that same 2-railer. So check this out. Let me just think about this real quick. Take a look at this shot right here. Now we could 1-rail the 8-ball up table, but if we 1-rail the 8-ball up table, our cue ball's coming to the rail and it's going to come all the way down. There's no chance of a hook. If we 2-rail the 8-ball to the end rail, now we are following through. We might bring the 9 to play, but if we hit it perfectly straight, the problem is if we hit it perfectly straight, our cue ball's going to follow to the end rail and out to here, and our 8-ball's kind of coming up to where it might be a little close to this corner, and I'm not going to get the hook. So the trick on this shot is, this is hard, is you cut the 8-ball like 1 inch to the right, because then the cue ball, instead of following straight, it follows a little bit to the left. It brings the 9 into play and it helps the 8 go to the middle of the end rail. So just cut the 8 like 1 inch to the right of straight and try to play 8-ball speed, 2 rails to the head rail. Isn't that a cool shot?
Live with that.
Yeah. Yep. So anyway, these are like some variations that come up. There's a million variations. One of the ones that came up that I kind of thought was funny was this one here. This is a just tell me what shot is this a variation of? With the 9 balls down here and the 8 balls here. What's the shot?
I feel like it's the put the 8-ball on the center diamond.
Okay. That's just not enough distance for me to notice how full I'd have to hit it. My cue ball would end up like right here, which is not like, I wouldn't want to leave them. So this is the problem is we're just not really creating enough distance. And now they can like skim the 8 and get behind the 9. I just don't like leaving them this close.
Okay.
Distance is what we need. So that's so the other shot would be like the 4-rail shot. Where you put it on the end rail and you create a lot of distance that way.
Gotcha.
I can actually hit it on hair picker. Go ahead and try it. I used a touch of left as well. I'm using just a trace of inside. And so basically you just want to just beat the corner. Just beat the corner a little bit. It's going to curve in a little and it takes a good stroke. This one you can go ahead and hit. I'm not saying you can't overhit this one, but you can't really overhit this one. That's it. Yeah, that's a cool shot. Even if you end up leaving a hit, like I like leaving them this kind of distance. It's just distance is key, especially as you play on 9-foot tables and stuff. So anyway, that's a cool shot. There's fun variations on it, but 2 other variations we should talk about that actually come up a lot. So here's a variation. What's a good shot here?
I kind of like banking the 8-ball here, and
100%.
Let me see here. Make sure I don't scratch though.
Nah, you won't. You
let
won't.
the cue ball roll.
You won't. You can cut this a little bit more than most people think. Yeah, perfect. And even if you leave, well, maybe a little bit.
Okay, too much of a cut.
Maybe that's too much. You can't now. You don't want to be where you got a double kiss. There's a double kiss here.
Mm-hmm.
If you cut the 8 one rail, your cue ball is double kissing the 8.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know that rule?
Yes, if because I can't shoot the
Right.
cue ball
So
past
move
the
the
8.
cue ball down more close to like half a diamond, like a little bit more there. Shoot it from there. Yeah. Now you can shoot the 8. You just want to cut it, and you're cutting it where there's no risk of a scratch. While we're practicing. That's probably fine. Even if they have some type of shot, it's tough. They're not going to get shaved. They have to go 5 rails or something. Okay. And then there's another one where if that one rail, if it is questionable whether you can do that without getting without beating a scratch, or if it's like possible, like there's also a time when you just chip the 8.
Cross banking it.
Just chip it at one rail to the end rail. Yep. Now I might have hit that a little thick, so I'd like to hit that again. I sold out. We're shooting these from the end rail. It's not easy. I'm trying to set it up maybe like this, where I wouldn't have a one rail bank up table. Here I'm straight in. I can't bank it back. I'd kiss the ball. That's the shot.
Nice.
Try that one. I just set it up correctly.
Here, you'll like this. Gullible44 says, I feel guilty not paying for something for these good practical lessons. Thank you so much for the $4.99 super chat. Really do appreciate it.
Sweet. No, I appreciate that too. Yeah, it's the tip of the iceberg, my friend. There's plenty more where that came from. Come on up to Minnesota. We'll play some pool. No, that's good. You can. Not everybody can come to Minnesota, so that's why we do these streams.
Oh, too hard or too thick. I like where my cue ball's at. I just didn't like where the 8-ball went.
Just a little thinner. Just a little thinner and a little easier. Basically, we don't need the cue ball in the opposite end rail. We just need to tick the 8-ball and roll past the middle of the table. Okay. Just tick it and roll. That's actually too. How do you overcut that? How do you overcut that? What is it?
I tend to do that.
That'll work. Yeah, maybe. Not quite.
Especially if I scratch.
Thought it looked okay. I had a guy that I trained with, Ray. I trained with him 2.5 years ago, and I saw him at Derby a year and a half ago.
I missed you.
Okay. I saw him at Derby a year and a half ago. Anyway, he was from Tennessee, and he was from what part of Tennessee? He was down in near the Smoky Mountains, Chattanooga. He was down near Chattanooga. And even just thinking about Ray, I started talking a little bit like, that's nice. Is it? Let me hit this a couple times.
Hold on, I gotta get this. I gotta get this.
I was just curious what I'm doing. Yeah.
I'm not hitting thin enough.
Yeah, okay. That's not bad right there. It's just a scratch.
That's why. There we go, finally.
There, just do that. So he was from Chattanooga, and him, Ray, and then his buddy Corey, which of course was Corey, because they talk, and anyway, for 3 days they were talking with this thick accent, and after 3 days,
You got the accent?
I started talking like that, and I told him, I said, Ray, I'm gonna have, I can't talk like this, like I'm on the radio, I can't talk like that. I said I was gonna have to start having a surcharge for anyone south of the Mason-Dixon line. But the funny part was I remember telling him to shoot this certain shot with outside English, and he says,
English?
He says, you want me to use outside? That shot, I was like hitting that shot with inside English. And he said, I can't even do it. I like hitting that shot with inside English. It was so heavy, it was great, man. So Ray, shout out to Ray, thanks for coming. You and Corey, yeah, that was awesome. And then Corey hooked me up with he had a room at the Derby that he didn't need for the last few days, and he hooked me up with this room, so that was cool. All right, so now we're gonna take it to the streets, and we're gonna ask ourselves, which of the shots that we've worked with is right? There's probably a variation of one of those shots. And of course, there's a few safeties, like when you're gonna stop and stick them behind the ball or something like that. But like usually it's one of those shots that we just looked at. So we're gonna throw 3 balls on the table. We're gonna position the cue ball such that we don't have a good shot. It's hard when the 7's in the middle of the table. So here's what we're gonna do is we'll put the cue ball up here where we'll just say it doesn't go in this corner, and our cue ball's up here somewhere. So what's a good shot from right here? This is almost too easy. Well, we'll start easy.
Bank the 7 back at me.
Yeah, and at this speed, by the way, this is a one pocket thing. When you have the cue ball on the rail and the 7 is in the middle of the table, the speed required for the 7 to come to the end rail, back up to here, is exactly the speed that the cue ball will go to the end rail. Basically, it's like the object ball goes 3 times further than the cue ball. So this is like, you've even got a chance to lay it behind the 8. Yep. Of course, if you bank it short, then it won't go behind the 8. Okay. It's okay. No problem. I don't know what it was. That one got there. That's a pretty good shot. All right, so now let's look at something else. Let's say we have an angle where that's not possible because we've got more angle, so that's more of a double kiss.
Okay.
So now, what options do we have? I don't know. I don't even know. Sometimes it's really ugly. Yikes. And they might not be one of the shots we worked on. Like this could be, so okay, this, I don't see anything great. So as our equity decreases, we might start doing stuff that goes like, like when we think about like how effective our safeties are. The best safeties are like winning safeties, where you get them behind the ball, you have a good chance of getting ball in hand or winning a shot.
Mm-hmm.
The next level of safeties are like containing safeties, where you safeties where you create distance and put them in a tough spot. And then there's like the containing safeties, where it's like, I don't think I've got the best of it from here. Now I'm just trying to buy an inning. I think we're just trying to buy an inning here. So this is not something we talked about. This is maybe just buy an inning. How might you buy an inning here? These are tough spots. I don't see anything aggressive that we can do to put ourselves in a great spot. So I'm just trying to survive.
Here's what comes to my mind.
Show me. Yeah, it didn't quite lay to do that.
Well, I mean, if the 7 ball's back on the side rail, that's what I was looking at. Cue ball's where I wanted to be, 7 ball's not.
Yeah, it's hard to do. I mean, if I give you a number of tries to do that, you have to get both balls just right. You're banking the 7 in front of the corner. I don't really like that. I don't know whether the 7 ball was kind of like, was it like this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, I'm also looking at the 2 railing, the 7 ball up while the cue ball comes back down.
The problem with that 2 rail is that you'd have to hit the cue ball. You're losing your cue ball. So I just don't feel like we can move the 7 ball 2 rails without like turning our cue ball loose. And if we try to play the 7-1 rail, our cue ball's too soft, and there's like kisses in the way. So I don't really see any of the moving safeties working here. So what I was thinking about doing just to survive is just half ball hit and just roll the 7 to the rail and just be happy that they have to do something. Like this might be a spot where I would just make them bank the ball because it was so ugly. Like I just didn't see any, like it was so bad. I didn't see, now that may be wrong. Maybe some guy watching that plays a lot of tournaments sees this and he's like, no, you got something else. But I didn't see anything better than that. That being said, maybe the 2 rail shot could work if we let the cue ball ram into the 9 and we just play our 7 ball 2 rails to the end rail. Well,
Or make the ball in your house.
but if I had gone to the end rail and I let my cue ball run into 9, but I don't know. So I thought about just trickling the ball to the side rail and take it, just make it a earn it. That's all I could really see there.
Gotcha.
Because I just didn't see that other one quite really working. But then again, we have to try stuff and have it not work to find out that we don't like it. So it was a little move your cue ball to your left so you don't get straight in on the corner. Yeah. Go ahead and try overcutting the 2 railer and like overcutting the bank and letting it go 2 rails. It's going to take a little bit of swing and then your cue ball is going to smash the 9. It's problematic because if we can't cut it enough to get it over there, it's like, yeah, it can be done. It can be done. Let me see if that's right. That's right. I'll even make it there a little bit better. It's hard, isn't it?
Yeah.
So now just chip it to the rail. Now just chip it over to the rail. I don't like it. Maybe somebody else can phone a friend and tell me what else to do here, but yeah, I'm okay with this. Yeah, I'm okay with that. I mean, honestly, everything was so bad. So now here, this is actually now, I mean, is this a safety or do we play the bank here? I'm trying to make everything goes everywhere. Rule 19. I don't know. And if we play the safety here, let's just say we're going to play safe. I mean, this is a little funny. What do you think? It's not easy to play safe, right?
Well, I'm not tucking the cue ball behind the 8. I don't
Right.
see that happening.
Right. It's just too. So what he's talking about is like, could you ever get the cue ball here? The problem is, if you're going to go for that kind of safety where they say there's safeties where you play all cue ball. You don't even care about the 7. Just get the cue ball here. There's safeties where you don't worry about the cue ball. You just put the 7 on a rail somewhere. And then there's safeties where you kind of play both balls. This is one where if you try to put the cue ball behind the 8 to 7, it's definitely coming out to the middle of the table. So you're all in, and you got to ask yourself, what percentage can I get behind the 8? And the answer is not enough. So now
I'm just curious. Okay, I'm gonna hit this, but I want to try it. Well, I mean,
oh yeah, drawing it to the rail, and then
yeah.
so I'm
You can
okay.
try the 8 that way.
I'm okay with that. There's a couple shots that come to mind. So first of all, this might be a spot where I just play offense because, not to say that like you just did, not to say I wouldn't have some defensive equity, but and I'll never get them where they were. Was it like this? I don't know. Or did you have some cut angle?
Well, the cut angle basically the carom is there, like you can't see
Yeah.
behind the ball.
so
That's
tell
why
me
I
if
tried.
this-
That's why I tried drawing
Tell me
it
if
this
this
way.
looks right. I don't know.
I think so.
So the other option is I could thin the 7 one rail to the end rail, and at that thinness, my cue ball could go 2 rails and scratch, but it could go 2 rails behind the 8 ball as well.
Okay.
That's not bad. I don't remember if that's how they were set up, though. You know what I mean? Like, I like that shot. So far, that's my top candidate. Now, are we going to talk about this now, or?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
Because I wanted you to shoot that shot, but okay. So what's your thought process here?
It's a sellout shot. I want to put my cue ball down here. But if I don't get it, you have a shot. At the
So this is a shot we practiced, and this plays really good from here.
Shot we practice. I can't tell if I can just bank the 7 ball back here.
No, it's too full. You're gonna double kiss. This is one where you bank it short, and now you got the 9 ball. It can tie up with the 9. So you play it, you just bank it short, and then it can come up and tangle up with the 9 in a lot of ways. Good speed, good speed, good speed. Look at this. Good. Oh man, it almost caught the point and died. You know what I mean?
Yep.
There's that one spot on the rail. Try it again. I really think that's the right shot. Yeah. Because it was something like this, and it was sitting pretty good to just high center. No problem. Maybe I set it up wrong. It's tough off the rail. But again, you left it. One more. Let's do it then. Let's go until we get it. It's tough off the rail. And you can go ahead, if it goes in, it goes in. You don't have to try to miss it. Just go ahead and bank it. Just air on the short side.
Too full. As soon as I hit it, I saw it.
That's why we're practicing, man. You got a comment for the first comment for a while. Cross the 7 twice, Sensei made maybe bank around the 8 and follow behind. I see. There it is. If it misses, that 9 ball's much in play, isn't it? And then people would think you kind of got lucky, but it's like, no. That's right. This one here is, I mean, you could try to, this one here, I don't know if I try to butt roll it. Maybe I would. Maybe I'd take a chance at getting some kind of hook there if it doesn't roll off. But okay, let's go back to this one. So Nate, when you say bank the 7 twice, that was what we were talking about, running into the 9. Oh, I think what he was talking about was maybe on this 8 ball, maybe there's some things that we could have maybe done about back cutting the 7 and banking the 7 twice this way. And trying to, like, you know, but it wasn't laying quite.
No,
it wasn't laying good for that.
I thought he was talking about this one.
He might have been, but we talked about that with running into the 9. But I think I was thinking that he was talking about when we were here. There was a shot when we were here to where we could like back cut the 7 and over, you know, bank it twice in the end rail. It just wasn't laying right for that. It was too much cut in the 8 ball. It was hard to beat the 8 ball on that shot and have it. And the cue ball was wild. So I think we had the angle to just chip the 7 to the end rail. Maybe not, so the chip, because the bank shot, I remember the bank shot didn't look that bad, so when we have the bank shot that doesn't look that bad, try just cutting it to the end rail like I did. Just bend the heck out of it, so the cue ball, just play your cue ball down the line of your cue. High center. And you gotta accelerate.
Oh, get it to the end rail?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, unless you want to leave that there. I'm a jerk. I get it, yeah. And that, look at this. The 7 was a little wild, but look at the cue ball. Hey-oh. Okay. Let me try to set them up the way I thought they were in the game. The way they were in the game, it was like we had a bank with a little bit of angle where you could almost bank it and carve it. So now you do have to flick it and kind of flick it pretty good. I moved it quite a bit, so yeah. But this is, I don't know, this and it's balls. Let's see. Okay, that's perfect. So then Nate was talking about the one with the 7 ball here and the cue ball here. Nate, the 2 rail on the 7 just didn't lay good. That's it. You sometimes you got to be at the table. So now you left me exactly the same shot I was talking about that I left you. The problem is I didn't leave myself a move angle on the 8. All right, now I want to win. How do I play shape? I'm still deciding. Why am I deciding while I'm down the ball? I gotta snap this across the table. All right.
That's too good.
Does this ball go last pocket 5 rails?
Yeah.
Ah, the kiss got me.
Side pocket.
All right. Okay, let's do more.
Okay.
No. More safeties.
Oh, okay.
We're not done with safeties. We're just getting started, man. We got to do some safeties. All right, more. The rule is we throw the balls out to where we don't have a shot, and we figure out. So let's just say the 7 was there. All right. I mean, here you bank the ball cross side, right? I mean, you maybe go for the 9. So this is offense. Okay, so let's move it. Let's try it. I just want to get to where like we have a reasonable layout where. Okay, I mean, we don't have an easy shot. Here I'd probably go for the 9 again. So let's move the 9 out to where it's blocking and not hanging. Mm-hmm. Okay, so what's a good shot here?
I'm banking the 7 over there to where maybe it hooks behind the 8.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm thinking. And then maybe my cue ball over here.
So, yeah, so then really let's create a zone then, because if you can get your cue ball 1, 2 rails back to where it's at,
yep,
then your 7 ball zone is anywhere from here to here. Yep, so you've got it could come 1 rail to here, 1 rail to here. Yep. So you can actually bank this cross corner. Yeah, that's good. You called it. Great shot. Great shot. Good shot, Chris. Oh, man.
You can hit it.
Yeah,
You can save me right back.
Well, yeah, you did your job, man. This is tough. If I hit it, I scratch. I mean, really, at this distance. And if I kick at it, it's no good. If I curve at it. I mean, you did your job. If you put me here, what would I do? I don't know if I'd kick at it. I might swerve at this.
Oh, jeez. With shape.
I didn't leave myself a move angle. I didn't leave myself a move angle. All right, let's look at more. Good shot. You hit a winning shot, obviously. So let's just say that we're sitting here where we can't make the 7 ball. Well, you know what? Let's do. I want to do something. I got an idea. There's a shot I wanted to kind of talk about anyway. It kind of comes up sometimes. So let me see if I can kind of create a situation. Okay, let's talk about. This is tough. I can't figure out how to set them up. There's another shot that comes up that is a variation that's a little bit close to this, but not quite. I can't set it up. I was trying to. Okay, what do you see here? I mean, the 1 rail's not bad either. That's probably pretty safe. The 1 rail is 7, but there's another shot that's almost laying right. Not quite. It's probably a 1 rail. Bad example. Is there anything else you like here, though?
Nope.
Yeah, I couldn't set it up quite the way I wanted to. Sometimes if there's a ball blocking down table and these balls aren't really in the way, sometimes there's the thin hit where you can like this. Sometimes you can overcut the corner. I ran into the 8 though. Sometimes you can cut the 7 one rail, let your cue ball come 1, 2 rails on the table. That 8 ball is just getting my way. Yeah, let's try it like this. This. I'm sorry, I'm kind of wiggling around to create the situation, but that's okay. So here's a shot where you can overcut the corner and play your cue ball up table a little bit. I kind of sold out. That's okay. Just try the shot. Maybe this isn't the right time and place for it, but and maybe it would be better if we played with more than 2 balls on the table. Or you just make it. Let's try this one more time. Try it where you have a little bit less cuts, or a little bit less angles. Now you just overcut it with the cue ball running.
And I would find that route.
Okay, so now let's do something fun with this. We're gonna play a race to 3, and the way we're gonna do it is we're gonna break a 9-ball rack, and then there's a mandatory push after the break.
Okay.
And we're gonna see whoever makes 3 1-balls first, or you know what I mean, whoever gets control of the table 3 times first. And we're not really doing this to compete, we're just doing this to mix it up and have a little fun.
Okay.
So you can go ahead and break first, and I'll break. And whether you make a ball on the break or not, you're gonna push. So whoever breaks, pushes.
Let's do this.
Alright? So now you gotta push out. As much as you want to roll, maybe on that 5. Oh, we got a Dawn. Dawn just contributed to us, and she said she loves the training, so that's awesome. Thank you very, very much. And then Nate is talking about the Neil's prison drill. I don't know what the prison drill is. That's okay. I got my own.
Yeah, Don Fanning, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. We really do appreciate it.
Okay, so when we are thinking about whether to accept the push out or not, I like to think to myself, of course you're thinking about how hard is it to execute the shot, but you're always thinking about a couple things. How strong is it if executed well? How bad is it if executed poorly? And what are my chances of executing well versus poorly? So if there's a shot that even if I execute it really well, it's just kind of containing, it's not really going to put you in that bad of a spot. Even if it might leave you a bank or something or a return safe, but I'm not really locking you up. Like best case scenario, you're probably just going to return the safe or kick easy and have some type of good return. And worst case scenario is I sell out. I don't like shooting shots where best case scenario, I buy an inning, and worst case scenario, I sell out. I like shots where worst case scenario, I buy an inning, and best case scenario, I lock you up. Mm-hmm. So if I feel that this safety, if I feel like, man, if I hit this good, I can lock you up, and if I hit it poorly, you're going to have to still earn it, I'm probably going to take it. So here, I have to ask myself, like, can I get behind the 5? And if I can get behind the 5, then I kind of like it. But if I feel like that's too risky and it's too hard, or let's just say I was going to bank the 1, if my move was to bank the 1 up table and go up table, I don't like that. Because now, best case scenario, I leave you distance with some kind of return. Worst case scenario, I scratch or sell out. So I'm trying to figure out, like, is this a game-winning safety or is this a containing safety? You got me. I think it could be a game winner. And notice this, if I got it, I think it was a game winner. Mm-hmm. And if I don't get it, it's still containing.
Right.
So if I could have gotten the cue ball here, I think I win. And if I get it here, I still buy an inning. So that was a good risk to take, I think.
Talked about bunt safeties.
Now, of course, I'm going to try to kick this to the end rail and stick. Again, the 3-4. That worked out.
Fortunately, I know how to jump, but I do want to work on my kicking game too.
You can do whatever you want to do, whatever you think is right. So rack them up, I get that one. No problem, we're just practicing, man. That's all we're doing is practice. And that's how I feel actually during competition too. During competition, I don't care either, because practice is practice for tournaments. The tournaments are practice for the next tournaments. So if it's the last tournament you're ever going to play, and this is the last match you're ever going to play, and this is your last shot on earth, then maybe that's all that matters. But if you plan on playing pool, and you're going to play year after year after year, then every tournament is practice for the next. All right. Now I got to push. That was a good shot for the same reasons that if you get beyond the 3, it's like a game winner. And if you don't get beyond the 3, you might still have the best of it.
Right.
Or at least be in the driver, or at least be at the table. So here I could take the edge of the 1, but I'm certainly, if you pushed here, I'd pass. So like this is a good shot, even though you didn't get the maximum. So that's a great take. So now I can roll and hit the 1. If I do, it's pretty thin. So one thing I'm thinking about is I can cut the 1 to the end rail. The cue ball is going to hit the rail and smack into the 7. So if I can just cut the 1 past the 5-4 and roll it and try to roll it to the end rail. Oh, even, I guess it'd take the ball, so you win that one. Good shot, Chris. Good shot. You're great. A little thinner. Gotta get that one. Can you see it? And if that shot I had was any tougher, as it was tough to where I could dog it, but if it was any tougher, I would have just kicked at the balls. There was nothing finesse. If anybody hasn't seen it, you can go to my YouTube channel, mnpoolbootcamp.com. or you search MN Pool Bootcamp on YouTube and look up my video on skill versus luck equity. I didn't have a skill kick there, so if I, like the last rack, I had kind of a skill kick. The last rack, I kicked the ball up table. That rack, if I had shot at that ball, I would not have had a skill kick. I would have blasted. I would have blasted. You know what I mean? You're going to leave a challenge. Okay. I gotta take this. Or do I? Does the 2-ball go? If the 2-ball doesn't go, then that's okay. I think the 2-ball goes. It's like one pocket. I have a shot a ball in for an hour and a half. All pressure. Couldn't do it. Get lucky. Nope, you win this one. Okay,
What were you trying to do on that one?
trying to make the one.
We're playing safe, I thought.
No, we're playing like in a game of 9-ball. We have to push out, and then we're battling to get control of the table.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah. Okay.
I misunderstood.
Oh, okay, no problem. My bad. Anyway, it's fine. Well, you don't even know the rules, and you're beating me.
I thought we were playing. Well, I thought we were playing safe to gain control.
But ultimately the safety generates you a shot to score.
Right.
And at some point you get control of the table. So like I felt like you left me a good enough shot that I had to shoot at that ball. I see what you're saying though. You thought that we had to safe and safe and safe. I don't know, man. I just meant that we have to safe. Like we push out and then we fight to see who gets the first shot they can make. I don't know.
Gotcha. Okay.
All right. Push. So this is a funny spot. You know what? I might actually have your split shot here because I can't get off the right side of the one, and if I go off the left side of the one, I'm chipping in front of the pocket. I'd actually use the high inside and try to bang it 2 rails, but it's a little dicey. I'm not really hooking you any which way. So I might just do that chip, the split shot. A little afraid of. I don't like rolling balls softly from distance. Shot. Make a ball. So I want to talk about this one though. I'm gonna count that as one. That's as close to a game as I've ever come. So okay, this first shot, Chris, I think this is a pass, and here's why. Tell me what you were planning. Is the 9-ball was up here, the 1-ball was on the rail.
Basically, just what happened, except I wasn't expecting the 9-ball to come into play. I was trying to bank the 1-ball back to where it was. I think I just got a little lucky that the 9-ball got.
Were you trying to 1 or 2 rail the ball?
I was trying to go around the 9-ball. I
So
didn't
you're
want
trying
to
to
touch the 9-ball.
rail, you're trying to bank on. Okay. And I don't remember where all the balls were. I know that it ended up being a little cluster. I'll never get them where they were. So let's just take this. Was it like this? And you were okay, so the 9-ball. So you're trying to
Yeah, leave the cue ball up here, and I've got all these to send as blockers as long as the 1-ball goes behind the 9, around the 9.
Yeah.
That was
Okay.
the intention.
Fair enough. I remember that there was balls on this side. There was a 5. here, and there's like a ball here. So, okay, so my thoughts when I first saw this was, when you shoot that shot, you're like, how I kind of viewed this like, if you make it, if you do it, execute it successfully, it's I guess it's like, it felt like it was very hard. If you hit it good, you're not locking me up, and if you don't hit it good, you might sell up. That's how it felt to me. Mm-hmm. It didn't feel like when I was looking at this push, I would have passed this push, because it felt like you have to really come with a good execution not to sell out the game. If you hit it great, you're not going to necessarily win with it, and then if you hit it poorly, you can sell. That's how I felt. So, and it was hard. So it was like, the reward wasn't high enough, the risk was high, and the execution difficulty was very high. So for those reasons, I think I would pass here. Now, each of their own, you know better than I do how you feel at the table. And to be fair, if you get it on the end rail and it gets around the 9, it could work out pretty well. For me, the funny part is if you had passed it, I didn't see that shot. I was probably going to play the 1-2 rails up table and do the 2 rail route and maybe even have the 5 ball in play. But I didn't like it. And I'm not saying it was sitting here either. I don't know how they were sitting. Yeah. Hard shot. I was going to try to get it thicker and maybe kill somehow, but maybe I would have slopped the ball. So that was a tough spot. I felt that was just a little difficult, and I might have passed it. But okay, but it wasn't a bad try. You're trying to bank the ball around the 9, but I'm not saying it was silly. I'm just sharing thoughts. All right, hill. Only because I'm generously giving myself that last game, even though I had a tough shot in the 2 or didn't necessarily hit that 1 hole the best. But that's okay. We're just hitting. It doesn't matter. We're just practicing. Not inside.
Oh, I didn't even think about that.
Okay. Let's not play the 9 on the side.
No,
Okay. And no longer 1 on the side. I can still cut the 1 on the side. Can I move it so I can't cut the 1 on the side?
Sure.
Okay. I can't cut the 1.
I'm just thinking you have to play safe on the 1.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah. So this is interesting, man. So the only safety I see would be bunting the 1 down this way and trying to roll behind the 7-8. So that would be effective. If I can do that, it's effective. So I have to ask myself, do I feel like the favorite to do that? Because it is high risk. I think so. And maybe that wasn't available when you first pushed. I had to from where I moved it. So this is kind of gaff because that's not even quite where you push. It's okay. Let's do one more. So don't think about it like it's a safety game. Think about it that we're just playing 9 ball with a mandatory push.
Gotcha. Okay.
That's how you need to think about this. Go ahead and bring it again. Brady Matthews rule. Oh, clever. This is clever.
I didn't want to give you an angle.
I've never seen a push where you roll up and freeze to a ball before. I learn something new every day. Okay, so I'm going to share my thought process. I can't reasonably come off this side of the 1. I'm either going at the 6 or I'm not getting any movement with like a cue ball. So the only thing I'm questioning is if I come off the other side of the 1's going to trickle into the 7. if I felt that I could use like right spin and a little elevation and kind of come 1, 2, 3 rails up table and get hooked beyond the 7, I'd like it. So if the one was coming this way, or I could get my cue ball long of the 4-9, I kind of like it. But the problem is here, I feel like the one's going to hit the 7, and my cue ball is going 3 rails into these balls. So I don't like that. So now if I go this way, I'd be coming 1, 2, 3 rails behind the 6. That's what I'd be trying to do. And so now I have to look at it and say, even if I get behind the 6, it's a routine kick. And if I don't get behind the 6, I'm giving up control of the table. So do I really want to bet my game on getting behind the 6? It's not terrible. So it's a good push because it's not stupid. You're not going to lose the game if you take it. But, good push. It's questionable. I mean, I could do well with it. If I use just a little right, 1, 2, 3. All right, I'm never going to sell it. The reason I'm taking this is because I'm never selling on a shot. Oh, baby, I overdid it, though. I almost did. I did sell. How do you sell on a shot? That's so bad. All right, cut this in and win the game. Put me out of my misery. All right. Sorry about that. You got me.
Hey Chris, thanks for
I have to
having
come with the
Demetrius
90s
in
moves,
town
you know what I
to
mean?
join us. These lessons will go a long
The next
way to
move, I was going to
helping
start
many
counting out my
people.
money like I was getting ready
Thanks
to pay off.
for
You know?
everything, Kurt.
Okay, Chris, yeah, so great push. That was very cool. Is that what you were going to do if I passed it? Was trying to get me on the 6, or did you see something else?
I wanted to see what you wanted to come up with.
So normally I wouldn't try to go all in. I'd get me on the 6, except I thought I could contain the 1 and the cue ball regardless.
That is hilarious.
Hit it bad. Okay, good.
Real quick though, this is from Josh Rogers. This is my 8-ball Scotch doubles partner. I showed you the message that he sent last night. He's saying, "Hey Chris, thanks for having Demetrius in town to teach all of us. These lessons will go a long way in helping many people. Thanks for everything." He's calling, and I'm his coach. But so Josh, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. We really do appreciate it. But I did show Demetrius the message that you sent me last night.
Thank you, Josh. I look forward to meeting you. There, it's on film now. Okay. No, that was great. So this is some good stuff when it comes to moving. You and I we'll keep working on stuff and playing stuff. Maybe we'll come back to this moving game a little bit more, moving around, setting up shots, figuring out what shots are available. But I think the big takeaways for me are that's a really big one is like how devastating will it be if it works? How bad will it be if it doesn't work? And what are my chances of making it work? And when I don't like playing shots that sell out if they don't work and they're hard to execute. I like shots that if they don't work, they leave it tough. And if they work, they're really strong. And so if I don't feel like, so a lot of times, let me just give you a couple of examples of maybe something that came up in a game or something that could come up. Trying to think of you know what? It's going to be hard to come up with examples just off the cuff, but yeah, I'm not. You know what? I'll let you know when they come up. Like maybe you and I when we play pool and stuff, and if I see a pool spot, I'll remember it. There was a couple times where I feel like going for hooks where you're like. I think the best one that came up was the 7, 8, 9 when we had the 7 ball here. The 8 ball here, and the 9 ball was over here, or something like this. I think this is a great example of how like trying to get behind the 8 would be like you said, it would be very silly because it's very low percentage to get that hook, and you're all in with no backup equity. So that would be an example of something I don't want to try to do. Right. It looks great when you get there, be like, oh, it's trying to get behind the 8. It's like, yeah, but how hard was it to get there, and what's the penalty of selling out? And so trying to do something different, like we looked at 2-railing this ball, or, there's other options too, especially, depending on where we were. There's a There's a lot of cool containing options. Another option would be to zigzag bank it.
I'll make the three. So I actually have a very serious question, and it goes with what we started at the very beginning, because I've been trying to do it throughout this whole entire live stream, and
It's the timing thing.
I clearly don't think that I have it, but that whole 2 inches to acceleration.
Yeah.
Mine is more. My stroke is more natural to where when you think of a swing set, when the swing hits the back of the peak, it just naturally just starts to flow forward,
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with
how
that.
just do it.
And that's the way the Filipinos do it, and so there's nothing wrong with that.
Okay.
The key then is it should. So there's something I look for when I watch YouTube videos and I'm watching the pros play. Can I see their tip move before it blurs? So when I swing, there's a point at which my cue starts moving and my tip blurs, and you can't follow it with your eye.
Okay.
So when you watch my swing, I'm going to try to not use that slow motion start. I'm just going to use like a natural swing.
Okay.
And the question is, when it comes back, can you see it start? Like, can you see the swing start to move before it blurs?
Okay. So hold on. I'm going to zoom in to where hopefully even the viewers can try to see. Where are you going to set up? Because I'm going to zoom in on your bridge
Okay,
hand.
I'll set up this shot here, and I'm going to shoot a bank shot.
Okay. They're not going to see the shot. I'm zooming in on your bridge hand. So go ahead and set up.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'm going to do two. First, I'm going to do my normal stroke with a little bit of a slow start. So you saw it creep before you saw it move, right?
I could see it on camera. I clearly saw it.
Okay. So now, you know what? Let me try a draw shot from that position, because this is where we start breaking down with timing. So now I'm going to try that draw shot, and you tell me what it looks like. Let me know when you're...
Let me just go ahead and sit up so I can move the camera around. I'm going to position the camera based on where you bridge.
Yeah, I'm trying to bridge it in the same place. So...
Okay, no, this is good. I didn't see the slow start.
Okay, you didn't?
Didn't.
Oh, okay.
Well, I couldn't. I don't know if the viewers could.
So it wasn't at slow motion, but I know that I started my cue calmly before it accelerated.
I'd have to look at it frame by frame.
And frame by, yeah. So watch again. See if you can just, okay, watch again.
Okay. We're good. Saw it.
Okay, that time I missed. I'm really thinking about it. I'm going to do one more because that bothers me.
Saw it.
Okay. Now, toss me the 9-ball again. Now I'm going to use what I consider to be like a more natural swing where I'm not really trying to start slow.
Whoops.
I'm not used to that, but okay. I'm trying. I got my excuses ready. Did you see any kind of slow start?
Nope. It was
Okay.
just you reached back, and the moment you hit the back, the peak of the back, you just started coming forward.
My guess would be that if you were to look at the number of frames, frame by frame, if it's 60 frames a second, my guess would be that was like a 5 or 6 frame from the time it got. So like if you go frame by frame, once it hits that backswing, it starts going forward. It's probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Whereas the ones with a slow start were probably like 10 to 12.
Okay, let me see if I can find it because
Here, you look it up. I'll be right back.
somebody did mention something about that because they looked at your stroke frame by frame on one of the shots. Actually, it's right here. on this is from Vinay. I don't remember how many shots ago this was. On the draw shot earlier, it says your swing was 11 frames long. Okay. Starting from to move forward on the time to hit the cue ball, the tip was 0.5, 0.5, 0.5, 1, 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, 8 millimeters on his screen between frames.
And what did I say? I said 10 to 12 was my guess.
Yeah.
Like, I know my stroke, you know what I mean?
Right, by 11 frames, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. So that's really cool, Vinay. And so my guess would be, if we looked at those last strokes, my guess would be the ones with just a natural swing, that very last one. I would bet that was 6 frames, whereas I bet that the 4 other ones I did just now were probably like 10 to 12.
Okay, makes sense.
And so I'm okay with the 6 or 7 frames. It's just most people, do you know how many frames most people's strokes are? 2.
Oh, really?
It's not a little faster. It's like, boom!
A lot faster.
And so there's some funny stuff I can show you with some frame by frame if we started looking up YouTube videos and going in. Anyway, I'm a geek, so that's what I do. That's what I do on Friday night when other people are socializing and having fun. Is I'm studying like the frames of APA player swings.
Yep.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay, all right, folks. Is there anything you'd like to see me try while Demetrius is out? I did see the question about what's his website, so I went ahead and posted it or commented it on both for YouTube and Facebook. And of course, how's everybody enjoying themselves? Are you finding this to be helpful? Whether you're watching me struggle or even watching Demetrius struggle, is the point that he's trying to get across making sense? You know, because like I said, we do it live, folks. It's not going to be perfect. If we were to attempt to record all this stuff and I actually make a long form YouTube video out of this, then yes, we would end up making it look perfect. Hey, Thomas, this is a very generic question because you're pretty much wanting to know what cue is going to work for you. And the answer is going to be the one that you choose. Like there is no answer anybody is going to be able to give you that's going to tell you that one cue is better than the other, because if there was supposed to be the best cue out there, why isn't everybody using it? We've got Shane Van Boning, who's Q-Tech. We've got Skylar Woodward, who's now also Q-Tech. We've got Jason Shaw, he's the Perry. And then we've got, Fedor Gorst used to be Q-Tech, and I think he's, I don't know what he's switching to after that. I think Alvin Ocean, Francisco Sanchez Ruiz, they're all Predator. Koping Chung, I think they have their own custom cue. Like, it's personal preference when it's going to come down to equipment. I mean, that's the best thing I can give you for that.
Barely opened a doorknob. Here's what I think, Chris. I mean, I think if there's other questions, we can answer them. Otherwise, I think we should play a match. Okay. And then maybe we do patterns tomorrow, because a couple reasons. First of all, if we do patterns tonight, it's not that I'm going to run out of stuff we can do, but we could save it for tomorrow. If we play a match, by the time we play for an hour or two, like, I'll be hungry. Okay. And so if we do anything else today, we're not going to have time for a match. And we have all day tomorrow to work on patterns. So
I'm pretty sure I'm going to know what the answer to this, but we did this the other day, and I probably wouldn't mind wanting to do this again.
I forgot about the drill. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, not so much that, because we can even do that tomorrow. Demi and I played a race to 9, 9 on the spot, matchroom break box. Does anybody want to see it live? Except the only difference is, I think, let's shorten it down to like maybe 5 or 7, right? So that way it's not too terribly long.
I don't think 9 would be that long.
Want to do still 9?
I think 9's good.
Okay. How about that, folks? Y'all want to see the replay to see if I can win? All right, so this is
What are people? Yeah.
This is weird. So I got to do 2 different things because my chatting software didn't catch it. But Jeff Peschel, thank you if I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Thank you so much for the 200 stars that you sent on Facebook. You're saying you're loving this format and all of the info. With our help, you've been able to move to a 4 and 9 ball, so that is awesome. You had your first break and run in 8 ball and earned to beat. You got beat a 7 patch, so that's also awesome. And you couldn't do it without any of the tips and drills. So outstanding. That's exactly why we enjoy doing this stuff, and we really do appreciate the 200 stars that you sent on Facebook.
Great job,
Thank you so
Jeff.
much.
Great job. You know what? This is such a fun game, and as you learn more and more, it just gets more and more pleasurable to play. So I'm glad you're on that journey. Congrats on your first break and run.
Everybody wants to see it. So we're gonna have a rematch.
All right. Is the lighting correct, or do we need to adjust the lighting at all? Because we're not going to be doing that.
No, the lighting's fine.
Okay, I just want to make sure we got it right.
Lighting is fine. We'll save that other stuff for tomorrow. All right. So are we lagging? Sure. Get this guy out.
All right.
Here we go. That might be too soft for me. Yep. Don't even have to wait for that.
I think if you can see the leg while the balls are still rolling, I think in Matchroom that's like a 4-game penalty. Those guys are
Matchroom will have to confirm.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Race to 9. Well, you can get lucky from time to time. I got you on two. Not that it matters, but you are on 2.
We need the magic record. Oh yeah,
Kind of
that's
spot.
right. That's right. Okay. I forgot already.
One on the spot, no, but 9 on the spot, yes. Certainly wasn't thinking of that. Okay. Payback for dropping a cue during the true. now that there's a little downtime. Desmond Hopkins, you're asking if I've ever played anybody in straight pool on stream, and the answer is yes. If you actually go back in my live streams around December of last year, Demetrius and I actually played some straight pool here at my house. And then further back than that, there was a point in time where I had Tony Robles here with me at my house, and we played some straight pool then. So you just have to go back and look at some of my previous live streams. I'm sorry. Golly, the power of that stroke. is a request. Don't know how you feel about it, but because I know how focused we can't be when we're playing. But there is a request that we voice our thoughts.
Yeah, I can't do that. And you know what? If we wanted to, we could record the match and go back and like edit in commentary. But like, I'll tell you what. Lesson 1: when you play pool, you shut your mouth. You put your phone on airplane mode and put it in your case. You quit talking. You quit listening. You quit thinking, and you just play. And so there's a time to study and train, and then there's a time to play. So it's a good request. It's just now it's not the time.
I figured that was going to be your answer, so I do apologize, Josh, but we are in serious mode right now.
Like when you watch Josh Filler play in the finals, because he talk and explain his thought. It's just that you can't do it. You know what I mean?
Right.
So my best thing I can do is demonstrate how to compete.
That's why I don't have a 9-foot table. Push.
Oh, sorry. No.
tuck in my shirt.
Oh, baby. That was a little close. Sheesh.
Oh my goodness. Well,
Tough action, man.
sorry that I couldn't put up a better performance this time, but maybe I'll do better tomorrow.
It's a tough game, man. Yeah, it's brutal. Yeah, you know what? I don't really know what to say. I think early, the thing that stood out to me was just like, I made a couple errors early. Like I didn't run 3 balls with ball in hand. I missed the 8. And if people go back and roll back the tape when I missed that 8, whatever the first or second rack, it's like I had nothing. Like I didn't like worry, like I didn't react. And I'm not hiding my emotions, guys. You just can't really. So yeah, you just can't really do anything about it. You know what I mean? And so I understand like a lot of players will express some irritation. I think if you guys, like I made a couple blunders. I also missed that 1 ball after I got a good break with a good one in the corner. It was right after the question about talking during the match. And I kind of, like I admit, like it's just, so this game, guys, takes so much focus for me. I'm not a good enough player to where I can just get up and kind of freewheel around the table and everything goes in and it's like the game is solved. I'm just not that good of a player. So the only way that I can play this game is if I I gotta fight my hardest on every ball. And I gotta fight for every inch and I gotta fight for every ball. And I just try really, really, really hard. And then when I'm trying my absolute hardest and it's working, it can look like kind of routine sometimes, but it's an illusion. It's like I'm actually playing my heart out. And as soon as I let up for a second, I just miss a one ball because it's like as soon as I'm like, oh, that's an easy shot, I kind of lose my focus. Like you can't. So this game is too tough. So you gotta try really, really, really hard. Don't let the other guy outwork you. And then when you make mistakes, shrug it off. That's it.
Oh, absolutely. So we're pretty much gonna end for tonight. I'm pretty sure we're probably going to spar a little bit more later on. I don't know if we're going to turn the cameras on when we do that, but we do have more in store for tomorrow. That's going to include a lot more of overhead views because we are actually going to incorporate the ICA training system with some of the ideas that Demetrius has. So be sure to stay tuned until tomorrow. Demetrius, thanks for everything for today. Hope everybody was able to enjoy, and we'll talk to you later.